And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another month even of Amantes de StarCraft number 2. Amantes de StarCraft 2 even. Number 35. I'm of course your live VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my fleshies as well. Welcome one and all to something different, something special. It has been a while since we've casted Amantes de StarCraft. Alas, Amantes is a monthly Brazilian only tournament. For those that are curious, every 2 weeks we do have Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup is a bi-weekly open cup for, I say open cup, Brazilian only tournament that we do cast on a regular basis. And at the end of the month, we have Amantes de StarCraft. Let's go, Papi, let's go. It is instead an invitational. Players, they're brought into the event, the best of the best in Brazil, to face off here in a monthly finals. And we're here to crown our January champion. Now, this is going to be a replay cast. The events of this tournament did occur over the weekend, and we were otherwise preoccupied covering other events over the weekend, like Fire Grow Cup, Lil Lee Cup as well, and many other events. So we were otherwise preoccupied. I'll do my best to be able to cover this event live in the future, but again, just it's been a busy month. I can't, what can I, it's been a very busy month here for us in the CranKy Ducklings, whether it's KSL, whether it's Lily Cup, whether it's MasTeR's Coliseum. So it's just been jam-packed, and we are catching up on events we otherwise missed out on live, and we'll do our best to bring them to you live next time. Do our best, do our best. Regardless, of course, we're always here for the Brazilian scene. Fala galera, papi, fala galera. Good to see you all in the chat. Again, we have some of our own in the tournament, as always. Erik, the artist himself, papi, oh my god, is going to be featured here up first against Shakti. Shakti, also a very old school player for a time, potentially even now as well, the best Protoss in all of Latino America. It was definitely up there alongside Parker Mike for many years. Parker Mike did eventually retire. Shakti also retired as well. Again, if for those who are unaware, Shakti used to go by the name Nano many years ago. Then name switched back to Shakti from originally Shakti as well. And he retired. He stepped away from the game. I want to say he's been gone for a couple of years at this point, but it was around November of last year, maybe October of last year, he made his return to the online tournament scene, and it was great to see him back. Shakti has always been a very unique player. Nowadays he plays in his free time. He's not a full-time player by any means, not anymore, but every now and then he does rock up, and he still has retained a lot of skill. I think in recent times we saw him face off against MasTeR, even defeat MasTeR, who I would say is currently the best Protoss in Latin America, but Shakti kind of showing him that, you know, the veteran status here. I mean, he has that status for a reason, and he's got plenty of experience under his belt and was able to take it to the younger blood in MasTeR. But now he's facing off against an old school rival here. Up first, we have Erik versus Shakti. Let's go, baby, let's go. Always a treat to see these two face off against each other. Game 1 is going to be on Frostline, and we're jumping on in. Let's go. We are jumping on in. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. What does he stand for, you may ask? It stands for Endurance, Righteousness, Intellect, and Kangaroo. It is Erik. That's what he stands for. It's spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the Brazilian Protoss player. Very old school Protoss, retired for a long time, recently coming back for Eximius Gaming. It is Shakti. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. Oh my god. Again, Shakti, very unique player in his own right. Before I get to Shakti, though, it is going to be a pool first opener out of Erik. Again, Erik, he actually has been very active as of late. Likewise, similar to Shakti, Erik took some time off. Erik, he was focusing a lot on Stormgate when the beta was live. I want to say last year, you know, halfway through the year, Erik was very invested into Stormgate. Recently coming back more to StarCraft, and has actually been pioneering once again and kind of showing the other Zerg players out there some more unique builds. builds, some more unique openers as well. For those that are curious, the 1515 that was eventually made more standard in this matchup to get the hatchery on location was actually invented by Erik. Erik, who was doing it long before anyone else. Eventually, Cyril, he actually saw Erik's games during the EPT, during the ESL Pro Tour. Cyril started it himself, and then the trend continued from there. So yeah, it's really cool to see that Erik has always been very adventurous when it comes to his openers, when it comes to his play, and we have seen more than once actually it adopted into the meta, into StarCraft 2 as it is now. It's Erik, he's Erik. Let's go. As for now, is going to be opening up with a double hatch opener. Interesting. So it's going to be pool into hatch, into a delayed gas geyser here from Erik. And this is what I'm talking about. Erik, he just does his own stuff. He comes up with his own builds. It's always a treat to watch and cast Erik because he does things his own way and takes down the top players doing it as well. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. For those that were here last year, you would know that Erik, he had like a month-long stint where he was actually taking down Dark week after week after week at ESL Pro Tour. I want to say like 3 weeks in a row, something like that. It was crazy. It was crazy. So again, it does do things his own way, and this is going to be an interesting style. Now, typically when we see a double hatch opener like this, I would assume it's for a Link Flood, just because you have extra lava to work with. As Lings, they slip in and they should not get too much done. As oh god, does not get the probe. I would assume this is for a Link Flood, but this is a build that I believe Eva has been doing recently as well. I mentioned it earlier coming into this game how Erik has been recently working and cooking on some new openers, some new builds, and has been like quote-unquote pioneering here for other Zerg players. This is one of them. This is an opener that I know a bunch of the European Zerg players have been looking at and have been trying to adapt as well. Apparently this is meant to be more efficient. This is a way to open up, not to all in, you actually delay your queens. So that's the downside here. You delay your second and your third queen, but you do have actually extra larva. I believe they did the math on this, and technically this is more efficient. It is possible to be punished though, and we have seen certain Protoss players punish this build. Speaking of punishment, Twilight Council opener out of Shakti. Ooh, Twilight Council with the glaze. Well, the Lings, they do scouts. They scout, they confirm, and they get eyes on everything here. I actually wouldn't mind messaging Erik about this, or messaging some of the other Zerg players like Eba, like Fiant, and some of the others regarding the specifics of this build, because I haven't been able to indulge myself. Unfortunately, I think they've been, all the Zerg players have been very active on the All Things Zerg Discord server, discussing this opener and discussing this build. So it may be worth looking into it, as again, we have seen this opener kind of rise up in popularity since then over the past month, I would say. And yeah, I'd love to kind of learn the ins and outs of it myself, as to the pros, as to the cons. Again, on its face value here, does mean less queen production, but is meant to mean extra larva. I think because the hatchery gives you supply as well, you can actually delay your third overlord as well. Regardless of they do get across the map, they do threaten a shade. Alas, Erik is in position to defend, does actually fully wall off, and an Epstein forces shade elsewhere. Checking the third location, so far Erik is holding on. Roach production is beginning, actually still amassing more Lings. Now, this is not an all-in. Erik, I believe this is without a robo. Yeah, without a robo. So 4 gate glaives, no robo, no war prism. What does that mean? Without the robo, you can afford a third. So this is a macro variation, a more macro variation of 4 gate glaives. Interesting. So we got builds on builds. Let's go. And Epstein do shade in towards that natural. Lings are going to try to keep up. Alas, does not wall off, but Roaches have arrived. Ooh, he commits to the shade. And again, the Lings Roaches, they're here to deal with this. They will shut this down. A couple of Fs do make their way into the mineral line, though. They make their way in. Drones are going to be going down. At the same time, Erik tries to go for his own lane counterattack, catching out probes. Probes getting caught. So far, 2 drones going down. Likewise, though, 3 probes fall across the map as well. Nice counter damage. And Epstein get caught out by the Queen. They're going to be delayed. They shade in once again, getting 1 more drone. 3 and 3. 3 drones for 3 probes. But that's Erik. He will keep up. He will shut this down. Here we go. Cleans up the Adepts. Erik going for his own counterattack. Bearing in mind, behind this, Lair is almost done for Roach speed and is droning. So Erik is not going for an all-in. He is counterattacking, don't get me wrong, but he is going to be droning up behind this. Ooh, and Shakti is vulnerable. Yeah, the Stalker is going to go down. Massive pickup. Gets the Stalker. Backs up. Does pull away from there. Does pull away. We have the Spire. We got the Spire on the way. Mate. I'm having a hard time keeping up with Erik. Okay, so he's going to be droning going up to a Spire Tech. I assumed it was going to be, the layer was going to be for Roach Speed. That is not the case. No Roach Speed on the way for Erik. He does transition out of this. Plus on melee into, he's going to be committing here into Ling Muta. Okay, let's go. Let us go. Seeing Zara being forced back. Up. Files a... Ooh, don't quite connect where they force it out of position. Lings, they flood in. They flood into the mineral line. Ravager's going to be forced back. This shouldn't really get too much damage done. Shakti should be able to keep up. I say that. We are getting some probe kills, though. Yeah, 4 probes going down. Nice damage here by Erik. Gets 4 workers. And behind this, the Spire is finishing. And so far, Shakti has no idea. He has no idea what's going on. He's in the dark. Now moving up for a counterattack. Blink is halfway done. Ooh, committing quite hard to this. Prism is ready. Shakti does rotate over towards the third. Erik still amassing those mutas. And Shakti's going to commit, and Erik, if he doesn't have much of a ground army to work with, he could just go down here and now. Could just fall. And more depth shading in, or warping in. Remember, they do have glaives. They're dancing with the main army. Drop into the main. At the same time, mutas, they head across the map. And we're about to get rowdy. I mean, we have a lot going on here. Adepts are going to be distracting. Meanwhile, the Stalkers, they push in all the vials. The vials, they connect. And with the connection of those vials, Erik, he is going to be holding on. At the same time, mutas, they get across the map. They force the defensive warp in. Probes are falling. 5 and 5. So far, an equivalent amount of damage. The Queen is going to go down. Erik running out of reinforcements back at home. Is running out. Ooh. The Ravagers are being targeted down, but the Lings, they will clean this up. At the same time, mutas, they're being shut down as well. And Shakti, who will barely come out ahead when it comes to the economic damage. Shakti getting 10, but so does Erik. Let's go. It's going to be 11 drone kills for 10 probes. Worker counts are still neck and neck, which is going to be better for the Protoss, better for Shakti. Erik getting his 4th. Cleaning up those adepts. And committing to more muta. So more mutalisks. As only 1 muta does survive. Big losses here for Erik. That was 5 mutas going down. Expensive losses. Shakti now getting a 4th. Expanding towards Erik. Bold move. Erik likewise building up as well. Now to 9 mutas. That is more than enough to one-shot probes. It's going to be on Shakti to keep up with the muta harass. We'll see if he can. Erik diving on the Stalkers, actually. Oof, gets 1. Gets 1, gets a 2nd. He's just going straight for the main army. Shuts down the Warping and Stalkers. And the Blinks are not good enough. Erik, he will clean this up. No shield battery, no sag defense. 1 Stalker remaining. There's another Desperation Warp in. Lings, they keep flooding across the map. They break through. And Erik, he's done it. He has done it. There's just not enough anti-air, not enough army. Lings, they flood in. They can go into the main from here. Deep power the production. And GG gets called. Shakti, he has been broken. And Erik will take game number 1. Whew. GG. You know what? I'm gonna... Hold on. I'm gonna... Hi. Hold on. I'm gonna message Erik. I'm gonna... Heard about your... I'm fascinating. I'm fascinated, I should say. Hold on. You get the thing. Alright, cool. I left a message. I need to know. But yeah, CG will play Erik. He will take lead in the series, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on King's Cove. Let's go. But yeah, like I've heard murmurings, and I've heard like tellings of that opener of that build, and I'm still not 100% certain as to like the full theory behind it. I'd love to know as we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, leading the series 1-0. It is Erik. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Eximi's Gaming. It is SharkT. Let's go. Let us go. But I'm curious if Erik is going to go for that opener every game in this series. Again, I just know that the other like pro Zerg players were fascinated by it and were trying it out themselves for a time. We'll see. So far, hatch first. Hatch first, not pool first, like we saw previously from Erik. So it looks like a more standard opener. As we're settling into King's Cove, one of the larger maps in the map pool. SharkT likewise going for his own standard gate cybercore into it, or gate expanded to cybercore. And we're settling in. Once again, Erik going to be delaying his gases. So it's going to be hatch pool. Delayed gases from Erik. Just now getting to it, and yep, once again, he's going for the macro hatch. Let's go. So he went for this in game 1, doing it again here in game number 2. What I will say is that this gas is slightly earlier this time from Erik, as if you remember, previously it was a gas geyser after that hatchery. This time it's before. So faster link speed. Probe is going to be dipping in. Here comes the probe scouts. This is like one of those openers that I want to learn myself. I'll be honest. Fascinated. I mean, I have to play StarCraft first, but let's go. As again, the queen is on the way. For those that are curious, once again, to reiterate, to afford this second hatchery, you do delay your queen. So your queen in the main base is going to be delayed. Likewise, your second queen at the natural is going to be delayed as well, as we are going for the third base. So hatch, pool, gas, hatch here from Erik, as the third is now being taken. Let's go. Let us go. Behind this, we do have our Stargate on the way. Now, from what I remember when it comes to this build, if the probe comes in to probe block you, then things can get really awkward and things can get really messy. If you remember when we casted Eba attempting this build, that's what occurred, where I think it was Eba versus Mana, where Mana was able to pro block him, and then Eba kind of like fumbled. I think it was either Mana or Skillus. I think he was playing against Skillus. So we saw kind of the dark side of this build, where things can get a little bit more awkward. For now, though. We do have our tech of choice. Third base now on the way for SharkT. Very early third, by the way, before the Stargate's even done. So SharkT also cutting corners. I mean, it makes sense. We're on King's Cove, one of the larger maps in the map pool, so SharkT is safe and sound. And as a reminder, the gases were delayed, so link speed is later than normal, and so SharkT is safer than in the standard game. So it is safe to cut corners, safe to be greedy. Erik likewise droning up. Just now getting his own second queen. Interesting, getting a second gas geyser as well. Is not canceling link speed and going for the roaches. Ooh, never mind. Going for a Bailey Nest even. Okay. Does go for a Bailey Nest response. I mean, he does confirm it's a Stargate opener. As a reminder, last game was a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, so it made sense to go into the Roach Warren. Here, Erik, he is being more greedy. There's no need for roaches here, not against a Stargate opener. Lings to get across the map. Stalker's in position. Up the surround. One Stalker gets caught. Brutal pickoff. He gets one. He gets two. And the Oracle's racing back home, completely out of position. SharkT's in trouble. He's in trouble here. Nice SimCity able to at least keep that death alive a little bit longer, but it's still going to go down. Massive pickoff. Gets 2 stalkers, 1 adept, gets a probe, 2 probes even, up to 3, up to 4. Oh my god. Now, thankfully, Shakti, he does retain the base. At least the Nexus does survive, but still some hefty losses there for Shakti. Behind this, Erik is droning up, going for the lair, and this should be for Ling Hydra. If this was any other player, this was a standard game, or I should say like a standard player, I would assume into Hydra tech. But because it's Erik, he may decide to go into mutas. Now, it is typically risky to go muta without a Roach Warren, as you are vulnerable to a ground assault and a ground attack. But I can't rationalize like a game when I'm casting Erik. Like I can't like when I'm usually like piecing things together, I'm like, okay, so this should happen and this should happen. When it's Erik, like it's all out the window, Poppy. It's all out the window. Lair is done. Safety bathing's on the way, plus on melee. Again, everything feels like it should be leading into Hydra production. Feels to be the case. But we'll see. As Shakti moves out with his main army. Saturating his 3rd. Clearing up creep. Erik getting a 4th. And still just purely amassing Ling Bane. He has a lot of gas to work with though, and there it is. Yep, there's a Spire. So it is going to be Ling Bane muta. Once again, it is a risky style to go for, especially if your opponent goes into Archons and Storm. Now Shakti getting a lot of hits off on that base. Stage trap on the way. Lings, they collapse in. Up! Oh my god. Does get baited out. 1 queen goes down. And the second stasis should finish. Yeah, it does. Massive connection. Shakti, with that stasis going off, he may just break the base. Ooh, at the same time, bathing run by. 9 probes going down. 9 probes to full. Hatchery getting picked off as well. Yeah, Erik down to 3 bases. Erik, he's struggling to hold on, but the stasis does run out, and now he comes in for a surround. And he will clean this up. Shakti stuck around a little bit too long. He killed the base, but he should have gotten the hell out of here. As Shakti will lose everything. Oh my god. Losing every single stalker. Reinforcements, they trickle in. Erik retaking the base. It is going to be worth it. May have lost it, but it cost Shakti so many stalkers. 15 stalkers going down. And Shakti, he has nothing left to defend. Nothing left to hold. Typically, as a Protoss player, you want to be building up your army over time. You want to be retaining those stalkers over the course of the game. That has not happened. We get a full surround. The expansion is going to be denied. Lings, they flood in towards natural. Lings, they peel off towards the 3rd. Lings in every base. And Shakti's getting pulled apart. Oh, Cybercore goes down. Shield battery as well. More probe kills. Things, they come back in. They distract the stalkers. GG gets called. He gets torn apart. The mutas don't even come into play, and Erik will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Erik. You will take the series 2-0 again in a very Erik fashion. And again, like I've only merely heard tales of this build from Erik, of this opener, I should say, and yeah, I haven't been able to see it myself from Erik. I should say I've seen it from other Zerg players emulating Erik, but not from Erik himself. And it's definitely a fascinating one. I have seen this build kind of go awry, and I'm curious to see how Erik performs against other Protoss players in the bracket, but we'll see. We'll see. As for now, he was able to shut Shakti down. GG, well played. Again, Shakti, unfortunately, he had some good moments, but he did stick around a little bit too long. I'm referring to when he killed the 4th. Like, killing the 4th base was a very, very nice moment for Shakti, but after killing the base, he had to get the hell out of there. He had to recall back home and escape. Alas, he stuck around too long. He got surrounded. He lost everything as a result. Likewise, in game 1, just a very chaotic game, just because of the workers were going down on both sides. The muta harass, the adept counterattack as well. Just very chaotic, which is what we appreciate here on the CranKy Ducklings. GG. GG, well played. Erik will advance on into the next round, and we are getting ready for the upper bracket semifinals. Let's go. The upper bracket semifinals here. It's going to be a ZVT between Erik and INexorable. Now, what I will say is that Erik, he typically thrives in the ZVZ and ZVP matchup. Again, in ZVZ, we've seen him take down Dark time and time again. Against Protoss players, again, Erik, he can be a little more flexible when it comes to his builds. This is the matchup where he struggles in the most, which was always kind of a bane for Erik when it came to Latin America. If you know anything about the Latin American region and the Latin American scene, you'll know that for a very long time, the top players in Latino America were Special and Kellezer. They were the top two. So because of that, trying to break that mold and trying to break into the upper echelons of Latino America was just a very difficult thing, specifically for Erik and actually Cham as well, because I would say for both Cham and Erik, their weakest matchups were ZVT. Zerg versus Terran was where they struggled in the most, and because of that, they were always kind of like second fiddle to Special and to Kellezer. But here we have another Brazilian Terran, not quite Diego, not quite Kellezer, but we have Erik versus INexorable coming up next. Let's go. Let us go. So we are jumping into our ZVT. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is INexorable. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. He's one of los patos, papi. Let's go. Again, for those that are maybe a little bit newer to watching the CranKy Ducklings, you may not be aware, but we did have a pro team for a number of years. We had a Latin American roster, we had an American roster as well. We had players like Erik, we had Ryu, we had Neo as well. When it comes to our LATAM roster, I should say, we had the Australian roster with Oreo and Starduck, and we also had the American roster a little bit later on with Vindicta, with Patty Mac, and with Dolan as well. So we used to have a pro team basically a couple of years ago, like 2020, 2021, 2022. We used to be the official B stream for the ESL Pro Tour, and as a result, we'd actually get paid for that. We'd get paid for that, and we wanted to reinvest the earnings that we were gaining from casting EPT in another way. And we could do one of two things. We could have either hosted more tournaments or funded a pro team and paid for salaries. So that's kind of what we went for. So basically, all the money that we made from casting, we decided to reinvest into basically salarying players and having our pro roster, and yeah, that's when we could actually, you know, afford players and a deeper roster specifically. Of course, over time that kind of waned, and you know, we no longer were the B stream and the casters for EPT. I think like Steadfast and Beomorph kind of took over that. So yeah, we do make significantly less than we used to, and as a result, our pro team did for the most part disband. We still technically have Erik, for example, but Erik, he's, you know, on the team just to be there, like as in if he's able to find other opportunities elsewhere, then we're more than happy to have him join another team and get those opportunities. Same with Dolan, for example. Dolan was still in the CranKy Ducklings for a long time, but recently did join Detonate, of course, getting a better deal there, which we're more than happy to let them find those opportunities. More than happy to. And we still got a lot of love for our old players as well, like Vindicta, like Dolan, Oreo, Starduck, like much love. Neo as well. Neo. All of them. All the ex-Ducklings. But now though, we're settling in. We do have enough reminiscing about the past. We have a Roach Rush. Let's go. Once again, we have the same opener here, going for the single queen into hatchery. This feels really risky, I'll be honest, in this matchup. It feels really risky to rely on only one queen. I mean, the Roach Rush is going to make up for that 100%, but if it wasn't for that, which actually might be the reason why there is a Roach Rush alongside this, because it is so unsafe without it. Reaper gets denied, Roaches are waddling across the map. And INexorable back at home, he at least scattered, he at least is aware, and he's throwing down bunkers. Bunkers are on the way. getting his way 1-1-1, a faster starport, which means faster Banshee production. This is going to be ideal for INexorable. And bearing in mind, Erik, he's not all in. He did rush into roaches, that is all true, but he's droning. He's droning up behind this, he's macroing. He only invested into three roaches, that's all he has. He's hoping to force an overreaction. Hellions, they just rush past. Ooh, they will break through. They bust into the middle line. Drone's going to be going down. And Erik, he's exposed. And this is what I was worried about. Again, there's only one queen to defend. Only one queen. 10 drones going down. Brutal damage. Erik, the pressure is on, but Lass is a bunker across the map. And Banshees are on the way. Oof. Getting up to 11 drones. And we're still not done. The Hellions, they still rally into the natural. And this is becoming game-ending damage. Oof. Yeah, 15 drone kills. 16? Oh, no. There we go, 16 drones going down. Roaches, they try to break into the main. A couple of SCs getting picked up. This is some okay damage out of Erik, but it pales in comparison to what's happening across the map. As that was 18 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Erik, he plummets in the worker count. And INexorable from here, he can embrace his Banshees. They defend, now it's time to attack. And remember, the queen count is low. The queen count is very low, intentionally so because of the build, but that means there's less anti-air to deal with a Banshee. So honestly, this is just a really good response here by INexorable. I don't know if he's familiar with Erik's builds, but in general, playing against Erik and going 1-1-1 makes plenty of sense. Like, Erik, he's known for roach rushes in this matchup. Even if he hadn't skipped his queens, like going for early roaches and early aggression is his MO. It's what he's known for. It's what he does best. And INexorable with almost a hard counter. Now going for his third TC. Stim is now starting up. We're getting another 2 drone kills. Another 2 drones going down. Likewise, Banshee on the right hand side going for the queen. No transfuse. No transfuse here for Erik. Ooh. Losing a queen, does a trade with a Banshee. That's not too bad here. But Erik is still behind. Erik is still in a rough place. Getting another drone. Up! Oh my god. As the Banshee gets out. Banshee gets away. From here, INexorable just building up his bio army, working towards Stim, working towards combat shields. We have a 3-1-1 setup here, third base soon to be taken, and INexorable's looking just very comfortable in this position. The pressure's on Erik to bounce back. There are ways in doing so, whether it comes to Ling run-bys, Roach counterattacks, all-ins as well. If INexorable's too greedy, if he cuts corners, if he's caught unsieged, if he's caught out in the open, then maybe Erik can catch him off guard. But really, Erik, he's hoping for INexorable to make mistakes. To make mistakes, that is what he's hopeful for, and it could happen. But again, that's what the hope is, at least. Or added to that, to try to force mistakes and try to create these opportunities for yourself where your opponent does slip up. For now, 1-1 upgrades. 1-1 upgrades on the way. Erik, he's still droning, still taking gases. INexorable moving out. Going for his double drop. Oh. So let's poke in. Set by Erik, keeping up with the Marines, keeping up with the drop play. Not bad. Doesn't take any major losses. Erik, he's gotten up to 3 base saturation, and this is where I expect Erik to get a 4th base just for lava and to just max out on roaches. Because of the economic damage done early on, I don't expect Erik to macro from here into like Hive, into like Hydras or Lurkers. I can maybe see Infestation Bit for Infestors. Meanwhile, roaches, they do get into the mineral line. Not bad. They got 3 SCVs. Oh, but they cannot take this fight. Trading with the Marines, but alas, it's going to be a better trade for INexorable. Up, does come in from behind though, getting the tank. Yeah, tank goes down, massive pickup. Erik getting some damage done here. Boys are being pulled. More SCVs going down at the same time. INexorable, he does dive in. And he picks up the roaches. Roaches go down. Mineral line is exposed. Again, the roach count is just not high enough. Not back at home. Erik, he gets the... he runs out of steam. INexorable, he defends back at home. He attacks. We lose 12 SCVs, but still with a greater economy or an equivalent economy. He has mules. The mules, they make up for the dead SCVs. Do make up for it. Oh. Erik forced to pick up. Forced to pick up. INexorable pulling away. Erik's still stuck on 3 bases, still amassing more roaches. We have Ling speed on the way. Let's go. +2 range. And this tells us that most likely we're going to be going for a roach Ling all-in with Lings to reinforce. Just rally across the map. Now, INexorable, his tank count was reset earlier, and his tank count is still quite low. So there's a world here where Erik can get us around and try to collapse in the army. Oh, not like this though. Let's force that stim. But Erik has to pull away. Does have to pull back. Diving the main army, starts stepping forward, going for the marauders. But he's going to take a lot of hits, a lot of losses. Does target down every single marauder though. 1 marauder left. Very, very interesting engage there from Erik. I mean, fighting better than I thought he would. Not bad. Despite that, yeah, he has to pull the boys. No. Does have to pull the boys. Takes down the tank. Bleeding out 8 workers. Once again, does target fire every single marauder. Very meticulous micro here from Erik. But despite that, INexorable still has a terrifying army. Going for the dream drop. Dives into the main. Let's dive in. Going for the gas geysers. And at last, it looks like Erik, he's going to be able to hold on at the same time. Another drop coming in from the right-hand side. Leading out another gas geyser. Erik does manage to trickle in. He's holding. Erik, he's holding onto his third. He's holding onto his main. At least trying to. Roach Ravager, not the most mobile army. Now the Marauder count is getting too high. And the Marauders this time, they will win the fight. They will take it. Ooh. Take some bounce to the face. INexorable moving in. Does move in. Salvador coming towards that natural. Picking off a queen. Does get a queen, and Erik, he just sends everything across the map. Ah, there are reinforcements. And INexorable, he's back at home as well. He's at home, he's in the main. He's out on the map as well. Cashing out Erik's army. And again, I was really impressed with Erik's engagements overall. Like, trading better than he otherwise should have. But despite that, he's being outscaled. Like, he's stuck on a 3-waste economy. There is no 4th. Scan reveals that. INexorable making sure that there is no hidden expansion. That there is no economy. And soon, he can stem. He can stem. He can try to win here. Ling reinforces, though. Gonna be able to hold on. Erik up. He's holding. Takes out 2 medevacs. Medevacs go down. The tank putting in a lot of damage to the back line. Files will bring it down. Despite that, INexorable, he breaks through the roaches. Takes down the queen. What little's left. Oh! Files do connect. Despite that, there's just no army. GG gets called, and INexorable, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. INexorable, he will take lead in the series. But I'm impressed here that despite Erik, despite the fact he lost, what was it, like 18 drones, he lost so many workers at the start of the game due to Hellion harass and Hellion run-bys, he actually still made a game out of that. I mean, he had no real chances to like macro out of it and get into a fourth base and get into a hive or anything like that, but he was able to hold his own for quite some time, take some much more impressive fights as well when it came to focusing down those marauders, traded as best he could for as long as he could, but eventually was overwhelmed. Again, he just had lost too many workers at the start of the game to those Hellions. It was game-ending damage. Was game ending, and now we're getting into game number 2, and I'm curious if Erik goes for the same build. Are we also going to be skipping Ling Speed? Are we also going to go for an early Roach Warren? Very curious to see how he plays this out. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran, leading the series 1-0. For the Platinum Heroes, it is INexorable. Inex. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Brazil, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. He is Erik. We go. So my eyes are on Erik so far, going hatch first once again. Going for the earlier hatchery. Likewise, INexorable setting up here on the high ground. Standard openers so far. My eyes are going to be on Erik here. Okay, going for a hatch into Gas Geyser into Spawning Pool. Standard opener here out of Erik for the first time this series. For the first time this broadcast even. And again, as I mentioned, I'm not too fond of the idea of going for that, for delaying queens and going for the earlier hatchery. Specifically in this matchup, I can see it work. I mean, we saw it work quite well against Protoss, but it does feel like there are a lot of ways to abuse that here in ZVT, just because of how mobile Hellions are, how normal or standard they are as well, to mass up Hellions and to be aggressive. We'll see how Erik does mix it up. As there's that pool. Go. SCV Scout will confirm the hatchery timing and should also confirm the opener in the main. Who was Erik? He's going to be investing into 6 Lings. SCV going to be force back. 6 Lings on the way for Erik. Big investment. We see why he's is Erik. He's still going for the roaches. Still going for the roaches in the main. Things they move out. Now to afford this Roach Warren, no third base. There's no third base for Erik. Bear that in mind. That's why he has the roaches instead. Likewise, dancing with that Reaper. And with earlier Ling Speed, we should be setting up for an all-in, I would imagine. With roaches and Lings to reinforce. I say that Erik is making some drones, though. He's droning up. He's saturating. Roach Warren's now done. Erik getting supply block. He'll also overload across the map. Oof, yeah, brutal supply block. As the Overlord should not have gone down. So Erik being a little bit too inattentive there. This will delay the roaches. Third base on the way. Once again poking in. Rotates into the main. Lings, they get across the map. Ling Speed is done. SCVs are falling. Not bad. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, 4 SCV kills. Getting up to 5 towards the end. Reaper, I believe, got a full scout. INexorable checking his vision. Yes, he saw the Roach Warren. Bunker gets written, and immediately 2 bunkers on low ground. Behind this, third CC before starport. Ooh, this time economic build here by INexorable. Delayed Banshee production. And Erik, he's moving out. Roaches, they get spotted. Nice kiting with the Hellions. But alas, once again, Erik only making a handful of roaches, and he's droning up behind this. He got 6? 5. 5 roaches in total for Erik. And he's droning. It's running up. Erik getting forced back. And going for a full 30 layer timing. Very early there. I say very early, just there first. Still lacking saturation here at the third. And I'm curious as to what this layer is going to be for. 2 gases in the main base, 2 gases at the natural. This looks like muted play. Does look like mutas. But it's Erik, so I could technically this could be roach speed into the lever chamber into 1-1. True. In the mass roach. But I'm still leaning towards those mutas. As INexorable is going to be forced back. Erik's still just happily droning. Does prioritize his gases. Show us what you got. As the layer is now done. And we have the money for Aspire. Do you have it? Oh! Okay, roach speed. Never mind. Okay, again, we can't rule it out. So we're going into roach speed. I was assuming double lever chamber and 1-1 upgrades if we're going this route, but no upgrades here to Erik. There is no setup here. INexorable getting his third. Landing on location. There's an Oblivion chamber. I feel like we could have gotten this a little bit sooner. Regardless, is on the way. And Erik is committing to Mass Roach. No mutas this time. Scan reveals the, of course, researching Roach Warren. Is where the research. And they should prompt INexorable to go into more tank production. So invest into more tanks. So far he's only got the 1. No tech lab on that factory. Focusing on bio production instead. Ooh, the drones line up. Oh my god, that was brutal. They line up just in time. That's going to be 6 drone kills. A very nice run by here by INexorable. Trading out 3 Hellions for 6 drones. Better trade for the Terran. Erik getting an eye on the main army. Does get an eye on it. And here comes INexorable. Alas, Erik, he is spotting the army with a changeling. He is aware. Baz will slow him down. INexorable sims in, goes to the base. Tackle siege. And there's just not many roaches here. Erik getting forced back. At the same time, roach counter attack here across the map. You have roaches at the 3rd. Getting an SCV, but last the 4th base goes down. Massive pickoff. The tank will fall. But INexorable, he can trade. He can and he will. Oof. How many roaches? 20 roaches. Ay, ay, ay. 20 roaches falling for as many Marines. How much more efficient trade for the Terran. Getting better trades in the main base as well. Force to pick up. Force to pull out. So we're rotating over towards the low ground. Trading with the roaches. Getting to 2-2 upgrades. Oh! Oh my god. Spiles, they graze the medevacs. And back at home, INexorable is building up. Getting into more tanks. 2-2. 4th CC is on the way. Looking secure. From the side of Erik, he's hurting. He's on a 3-base economy, even under 3-base economy. 3-base saturation. He's trying to get a 4th base. And he's desperately at a 4th, a 5th, maybe even double expanding. Trying to work towards Ling Main Roach Ravager. We have melee upgrades on the way. But Erik needs more time. And INexorable is already moving out. He's already pushing. Still staying on a low marauder count. Just now investing. It's now starting up. Catching up some roaches. 2, 3. Erik, he can't take this fight. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol. 4 too early on. Without his reinforcements. Erik is in trouble. Wild they shut down the first tank. First tank goes down. Erik gets supply blocked. Leading out overlords. Being dragged into the other tank. Erik once again going for a roach counterattack. Running into reinforcements. Plus on melee is denied. Denies +1, denies +2. Now the upgrades. Denies both upgrades. INexorable on siege in time. Lifts up, get the hell out of there. Nice moves here out of our Terran. Does pull out. Pulls out, getting 3-3. Taking gases. Triple tech lab for mass marauder production. Something that INexorable has been missing against Mass Roach Ravager. And the scan confirms that it's still going to be lane bane Roach Ravager. There's still no lurkers or hydras or ultras or anything else. Not yet. Alright, INexorable trading well. Erik behind this, he's teching. Hive is halfway done. Going for a Nidus Worm. I mean, that would be a way to bounce back here, to harass, to get across the map, getting into the main. True. There are opportunities. But in a head-on fight, I have to favor the Terran here. The stream doesn't tell the full story. INexorable, he's up in supply, but likewise, Erik, he's actually inflated here with Roaches and Ravagers. Baiters, they roll in, these connections. On the Biles, they get a tank, they get one, they get 2. 2, almost 3 tanks going down. At the same time, INexorable drops in towards the natural. Erik, he's keeping up. He's in position. But Erik's still trading out a lot of his army. And the Terran player just reinforces. He's going to keep pushing. Up. Oh, the surrounder. Gets a tank. Down the tank. Still just rallying in. Trades well against the Roaches on both sides. And Roaches, they just don't scale well into the mid-game. Nice Biles. Biles connect. But Roaches on their own, they can't really do much here. We'll force a pick up. So we're jumping in towards the natural, getting more drone kills. Behind this is up 20 workers. And going for the Bailey Nest. Up. With the help of that transfuse, it looks like it will barely survive. Just barely. Bailey Nest does live. And INexorable is still not done. He's still just rallying, still just consolidating his army, moving out once again, this time with 3-3. Yeah, massive upgrade lead. Nidus into the main, but INexorable, he notices. Does notice in time. Will shut it down. Does not finish. The Brazilian Terran, he's stemming in. And this time he's got so many more Marauders. So many of them. He can tank the Banelings. The Banelings, they do nothing. Has INexorable from here against him. He can win. Does unload that Nidus Worm. Doing what he can to hold on. But the supply just isn't there. GG gets called, and INexorable, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the upper bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. Very solid play there out of INexorable. Game 1, we saw really safe play, going for the 1-1-1 before third TC. So really safe play, worked wonders for INexorable, as he was able to cripple the economy of Erik, to cripple the economy, just snowball out of control from there. Here in game 2, we had a little bit more of a back and forth. Once again, though, Erik, he did invest quite heavily into his roaches, and his initial assault wasn't really worth it. Likewise, his 4th base was killed, if you remember, and that was the beginning of the end. Losing the 4th base was huge because it slowed down the economy, the production slowed down everything for Erik, and INexorable, he just was unrelenting. He never really backed off. He just made sure he could press his advantage and overwhelm Erik. GG. GG, well played. INexorable, he will advance on into the upper bracket finals. And the question becomes, does he have his opponent? He does have his opponent ready and waiting for him. The Brazilian Protoss, not Shakti, who we casted previously, getting knocked down to the lower brackets, but no, we have MasTeR instead. Let's go. MasTeR, a player that we have yet to cast here tonight, but he is the best Protoss player in Latin America. He's very young as well. He's a younger player, very talented, has been investing a lot into StarCraft over the past couple of years. I still remember when he first debuted. What, back in like 2021, 2022? He's good friends with Yan, for those that remember. Yan, also a very young player that he did kind of rise up together as one. And Yan, he kind of took a step back to focus on studies, but MasTeR, he committed, and again, during, or as other Latin American players were retiring, MasTeR kind of rose through the ranks, improved a lot here, and we typically expect MasTeR to be kind of the champion, or kind of be the top player here to threaten that championship. What I mean by that, when we look at the top 10 players or top players in Amantes, we think of MasTeR, we think of Erik, we think of INexorable. And we have two of them here in the upper bracket finals. Let's go. We have a PBT. And we'll see how this story continues. As we're jumping to game one, it's going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Jumping into ley lines. And we have seen these two players go back and forth. Typically, MasTeR is favored in this matchup, but I'll be honest, I haven't casted these two play in almost a month, since 2024. Like, December of 2024 was the last time I casted these two face-offs, so it's been quite some time. I'm ready to catch up. I'm ready to see how they've improved over the past month. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is INexorable. Stay hydrated, everyone. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss. For Team Hellfire, it is MasTeR. Here we go. And when it comes to Latin American Protoss, MasTeR, he is the one to beat, or he's the one to look at, even to be inspired by, if you will. And we can see already MasTeR checking for proxies, making sure there's no shenanigans here from INexorable. Now, MasTeR, he isn't really a cheesy player himself. He's very mid-game oriented, very standard in his play. In all matchups, really. It's INexorable that's a little bit more flexible as a player, who is willing to cheese some proxy, to go for all-ins, to play macro as well, to be very drop-heavy. He's a very active player. And we saw that in the previous series against Erik. Let's see how these two shape up. But now we have the CC on the high ground, so economic opener, racks expand, single gas opener here out of INexorable, but going for a safe CC on the high ground, and the probe scout is denied. And MasTeR will knock it into the main. He's in the dark. He's going to be in the dark. We can see INexorable scouting for proxies. He checks the bottom right, he checks top left. Likewise, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. MasTeR is still scouting himself. And we are getting into our tech of choice here. MasTeR going for the Twilight Council. Okay. Twilight Council opener into Blink. Very standard. We'll see and keep an eye on how many gateways get thrown down. Likewise, INexorable. Oh my god. Rushing into a very fast third CC. This I haven't seen since last season. It was Björn. Björn, he used to be very fond of this build. And I think INexorable, he does like to take cues from Beyond, so this makes sense. But third CC into a 3-rack setup here. This was seen very often last season on Site Delta. Beyond, he would do this exclusively almost every game on Site Delta in TVP, to the point where it was just clockwork. It was more a surprise when he wouldn't go for this build. It is very greedy. It is very risky. We'll see if INexorable can get away with it. What I will say is that in current meta, this has fallen off. This build has fallen off, as you do leave yourself very vulnerable to a Blinkstalker aggression. So I'm a little bit concerned here for INexorable, as MasTeR is throwing down extra gateways. So far, 1 gate in the main and just the 1 gate at the natural. It looks like 2-gate blink, which is going to be ideal for INexorable. As again, INexorable is going to be getting into his 3-rack setup, into Stim, into Combat Shields, and up shades in. Oh, big scout, big moment here for MasTeR. He sees the third CC, it's already done. Does confirm, sees all the Marines as well, sees all the bio, and MasTeR has he respond extra gateways. Ooh, we're getting up to 4. Getting up to a 4-gate setup, so MasTeR is going to be hyper aggressive with Blink Stalkers, waiting for the Warp Prism as well to move out across the map. And INexorable, the downside of this build is no tanks. 0 tanks to defend, no tanks to the natural, no tanks to the main. Remember, there's no factory. Like, there is straight up no factory here for tank production. There is going to be a lot of bio, and Stim is on the way, but before Stim finishes, and even as there's only Marines to work with here, this army is very fragile army, and INexorable, he's very vulnerable to 4-gate Blink Stalker, which is exactly what's coming his way. Now, the other scary thing here is that INexorable, he has not scouted. 0 scouting for INexorable. He doesn't see the main, doesn't see the natural. He doesn't know what's coming his way. And there we go. He scans. He sees some of the production. What he needs here is a bunker. He needs a bunker, not just at the natural. He needs, I mean, he's getting a second bunker as well. A bunker in the main. A bunker in the main base would be ideal just to protect this location. There it is. Bunker now begins, but is it too late? Stalkers are revealed. They rotate over. Bunker still just starting for INexorable. Dives in. Does dive in. 1 more volley. 2 more volleys even. Ooh, takes out the bunker. Bunker does fall. Second bunker is going to be denied as well. Ooh, it's going to be cancelled. And forget about the main. It's about the natural instead. MasTeR dancing with the army. Extra warpins on the way. Boys are being pulled. And these are rough losses for INexorable. He does force the army back. But MasTeR blinks well. And MasTeR has lost 0 stalkers. No shot. Finally, 1 stalker goes down. Stim is done. And INexorable, he's holding. But at a cost. At a cost of 8 SCVs and lost mine time as well. And MasTeR is still not backing off. He's still not retreating. He still wants more. He's hoping to force out another Stim. There it is. Yeah, there's that Stim. Boys are being pulled down to 2 Marines and 2 Marauders, and MasTeR, he's done it. He has broken the back of INexorable. The damage has been done. GG, well played. There's nothing else left, and MasTeR, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I feel like this was a good example to see why this build did fall out of fashion. There was a time in the meta when this build was very much so viable and it was seen a lot more often. What I should also emphasize is that whenever we saw this as well, Side Delta is a more macro map, so that's where you could get away with it. Here on ley lines, less so. This was also a more viable build back when Stargate openers were more common. Nowadays, Stargate play is a little bit more of a rarity, or it's a little bit more niche, so it can be, again, difficult to get away with this. And MasTeR punished very well. Did punish INexorable. That leads us into game number 2. Let's go. It's going to be on UltraLove. UltraLove going to be coming up next. And I'm hoping for a different kind of build here out of our Terran player, but we'll see. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of UltraLove, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, but it's a best of 5, by the way, so plenty more games ahead of us. It is INexorable. Plenty of opportunities to bounce back, and spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. Here we go. Now, when it comes to our Terran player, I do not expect the same build 2 games in a row. We could see another like Rax expand, like another same opener, but when it comes to rushing to the 3rd TC into a 3 Rax setup, into a delayed factory, I don't see that happening again in this series, or at least because of the best of 5, maybe, you know, a game 4 or a game 5, but I don't see it happening here or next game either. It's a little bit too soon for that. But at the same time, it is also dependent on the map itself. If we load into Neon Violet Square, we can go corners, 100%. Corners can be cut. So I am not privy here to the vetoes. Probe Scout dips in and dips away. Go. Oh, as the CC was going to be forced off center here, so a bit of a disrupted start for INexorable, but it's okay. He can lift, he can land, can reestablish that natural. Back at home, Cybercore's finishing up, and we'll see if MasTeR mixes up his opener here. I don't think he needs to mix it up and go for like a Robo or a Stargate opener. I think a Twilight Council, I mean, it worked out very well for him last game. I don't expect 4-gate Blink again, but I mean, Blink Stalker openers are a lot more versatile. You can go 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, you can be more economic. There are different ways to approach this. As Reaper does poke in, and already, here comes the factory. Again, we didn't even get to see any factory play at all last game. This time, already in production. Meanwhile, Twilight Council for MasTeR. Getting into Blink. And the question becomes, how many gateways? Last game we saw 4-gate Blink, but I believe it was more of a response. If you remember, MasTeR, he scouted the 3rd CC last game, and he was able to respond with hyper-aggression, and he snowballed into a win. This game, depending on what he sees, I would imagine we're going to be seeing less gateways instead. So there's a 2nd gateway. Checking the vision of INexorable, he did get eyes on the Twilight Council. He's fully aware of what's going on. Back at home, going for a 1-1-1 follow-up. Reactor Marine production into, I would imagine, Widow Mines. Yep, into Widow Mines, into a Widow Mine drop. Okay. Reaper confirms. Reaper does confirm. Okay, Erik responded. I'll go over his response later. Because Erik's build isn't really applicable to this series, but we'll get there, Meanwhile, Reaper Hellion dives into the mineral line. Oh, got 3 probes. Not bad. Gets 3, gets 4 probes even. 4 or 5 probes going down. Very nice damage here by INexorable. It's surprising damage, actually. 5 probe kills, tries to get a full scat going on. There's a 3rd gateway in the main. So far, 3-gate Blink. Reaper confirms the gateway. Behind this, INexorable throwing down his extra Raxes. 2nd, soon to be a 3rd Rax as well. Add-ons getting up and running. Here comes the Widow Mine drop, and he also gets eyes on the 3rd Nexus. Ooh, Medevac goes down. Widow Mine's a borrow, but MasTeR here does pull away in time. Leading out 3 probes, so 1 extra probe goes down. That's some nice damage. And at least INexorable, he did see the transferring worker. He is aware of the 3rd base. So this time, a much more economic macro build out of MasTeR. 3-gate Blink is considered safe. It's considered a safe way to play to actually be able to establish and defend your 3rd. Stalkers, they move out to contain. To move out. You can see here the tank, very nice SimCity. Tank is set up in the main base. Likewise, bunker at the natural. INexorable should be secure. Ooh, as we are going for a fake cloak. Okay. Not bad. Banshee is revealed to the observer. You can see here cancellation on the interference matrix. And MasTeR is forcing out extra observers. Sorry, INexorable is forcing out extra observers. So really nicely done here with fake cloak Banshee. I mean, the Banshee is real, the cloak is not. Oh no! As Blink is done, by the way. Ooh, and barely does miss that Banshee. Oh my god. Thankfully, the Xel'Naga was not in control of the Protoss. MasTeR, he tries to make a beeline, tries to cut off that Banshee. He's looking for it. He's searching. Searching for the Banshee. Charge is on the way. MasTeR is picking out. MasTeR does poke out. Likewise, INexorable threatening a dive into the main. Does threaten a dive. MasTeR going for a mass gateway composition. He's going to be skipping a gas geyser here at the natural, and of course delaying his gases at the third in favor of mass charge instead. Is making safety modals, but going for mainly focusing on a gateway composition. As the Bay is now on the way for splash damage. Stalkers, oh no! They dive into the main, and Stim is denied. Massive pickup, oh my god! A couple seconds away from finishing, he will get the second tech lab, does not deny combat shields, but still very worth it. Bleeds out a couple of Stalkers, but there is no Stim. There is no Stim. INexorable, this army is just significantly weaker. He can do that much less. He will establish that third base. He's still going for the double drop. We'll see what he can get done. We'll see what INexorable can do across the map. His MasTeR is all over this. Pulling back for now. Getting his third base up and running. Now taking one extra gas geyser. Getting up to 4 gases. Banshee gets turned away. Third base getting up and running. Double drop into the main base. There are Stalkers in position. And he will burst in. He goes to the dive. Collapses on the Stalkers. Do we have a recall? We do not. Yeah, no recall for MasTeR. He commits. Tries to force his way in. Tank voice is going off. Massive tank shots. Some boys are being pulled. And the tank is barely surviving. Does get one. Now gets the other. Both hacks go down for the Immortal. A lot of probes are falling. And Zealots are on move command. Another Zealots! They're on move command. These come into attack, but alas, INexorable, he's popping off. He shuts down the army. Takes down the mineral line. He defends back at home. He survives. And he's not done. He is still not done, getting 17 probe kills. Oh. Sniping the Immortal. GG gets called, and INexorable, he snowballs out of control, tying up the series. We have a back and forth. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, INexorable, he had a bit of a shakier start, but he was able to pop off when it came to his drop play. The initial Banshee didn't really get much done. He lost Stim, that is true, but he was able to get back into it, able to get his third base up and running, and he was able to pull MasTeR apart. Again, MasTeR, he had no NG in the main base. That means no recall. No recall was available. MasTeR was committing across the map instead, and the main army couldn't really achieve too much. There was plenty to defend. INexorable, he was all over it, and with that, we have a back and forth. We have a series. We're getting into game 3, and we'll see who gains momentum in this best of 5. Let's go. So jumping into game 3, going to be loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool. Going to be loading into Amygdala. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is INexorable. Inex. Let's go. Whew, okay, and after an intense game on Ultra Love and on ley lines, now we can embrace a much larger map in the map pool. Welcome one and all to Amygdala, again known for macro play, known for longer games. The reason for this is because of the limited attack paths, likewise the inability to rotate between the top and south side to try to rotate between the bases. It is just a lot easier to defend here, and we might be able to embrace a longer game. We've yet to do so. Both game 1 and game 2, they ended quite quickly. There was just a lot of escalation in those games and led into certain wins. We've yet to see like a proper back and forth mid game between these two. I'm sure we will at some point in this best of 5, and I feel like this map would be a good opportunity for that as well. We'll see. Assuming that's what our players want. To get into the mid game. I feel like MasTeR does. I'm less certain about INexorable. But now, single gas opener, so racks into CC. More economic start by the Terran. The racks positioning ideally was hoping to force an overreaction from MasTeR, but doesn't fall for it. Did recheck, did confirm. And there's a CC on the high ground. Command center is on the way. MasTeR backs up, setting up back at home as well. Now, coming into a much larger map, this is where something like a Stargate opener is more viable, so we'll keep our eyes open here. So far, MasTeR has gone for a variation of Blink every game in this series. We'll see if he does mix it up and go into something like a Stargate, like Phoenix's. The Reaper is poking in. Does poke in. And here on Amygdala, no Stargate, Twilight Council once again. Okay, so we're just sticking with it. We're just sticking with it. Every game so far, Twilight Council. Game 1, we had 4 Gate Blink. Game 2, we had 3 Gate Blink. Game 3, do we go to 2? 2 Gate Blink Stalker? Wouldn't be opposed to it. We'll see. Would not be opposed to it. Back at home, INexorable getting to his 1-1-1. Oh, going for what looks to be a Hellion drop. Okay, this is very different. Never mind, going for an add-on swap, no medevac. Very interesting. Tech Lab on the starport means no medevac should be on the way. Banshee instead. Hellion Banshee. In a TVP, this you don't really see too often. Typically, when you invest this heavily into Hellions, usually we're going for some drop play or for a Reactored Reaper alongside it. Here, it's a much more unique variation, going into Cloak Banshee as well, this time committing into the upgrade. Bold move by MasTeR. There we go. So very committed here from INexorable, what I meant to say. Very committed, does dive in. Ooh, does get past the Stalkers, going for the mineral line. Probes are going to get roasted. 4 probes going down, 3 Hellions, they one-shot a mineral line. They one-shot probes. They're going to get him to 5, 7 workers already, getting up to 8. Can we get more than that? We can. Can we get 10? 10 probe kills, 11. Oh my god, 12? Not quite. Not quite 12, but damage nonetheless. 11 workers going down for 4 Hellions and a Reaper. And behind this, we're not done. Banshees are amassing. First Banshee has arrived. Back at home, there is a robot. There is a form of detection. We have 1 gateway here at the natural. We have 3. Jesus, 4 gate blink again. Okay. Hyper aggressive here. Now, INexorable, he scattered. He saw 1 gateway at the natural. Research he complete. Only saw... Oh, he's got TB. Let's go. But he didn't see all the gateways. He did not see all the gateways, so INexorable, he doesn't know how much danger he's in. His tanks are in position. His bunker is done. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Fun fact, INexorable, he's the only player that I know that actually uses TB. The only player. As the Banshee does hit the natural. Dancing with the robes. MasTeR waiting for his reinforcements, waiting for a warp in. And this is some decent damage here from INexorable. But what about the counterattack? What about the Blink Stalkers? Oh! As the Banshee does go down, and now MasTeR can focus on his main force. In the main base, the tank is still in a nice position. Third CC's on the way. MasTeR pokes in, spots the tank, he will get it! And one volley goes off, tank goes down for a Stalker. Better trade for the Protoss. MasTeR trades well. MasTeR does trade well. A second Banshee has arrived, forcing a recall. Does force a recall over. Observer with the Stalkers. But despite that, 5 probe kills. Very nice damage. MasTeR diving into the main. He is deflected. Tank will protect the production, will protect the stim this time. The add-ons. And MasTeR is not finding enough damage here. He's bleeding out probes. He's warping in Stalkers, and he's not doing enough with his army. Not yet. Does threaten to dive into the main. Going for the tank. Boys are being pulled ahead of time to repair. INexorable holds. Does hold on. Stalker's a threaten to dive. Ugh, some rough control. Stalker goes down. And INexorable, he's holding. He's holding on. MasTeR now getting a third. Looking in. Going for the SCVs. Drop comes in from behind, diving on that Prism. Stims in. Prism should be going down. And nice pick up. Nice breakout here by INexorable. Shuts down the War Prism. 4-gate blink just wasn't really worth it. This did delay the third. Just now getting up and running. And INexorable is getting his own third base as we speak. MasTeR falling behind economically. Does have more probes for now, but that will soon change. That will soon change with that third CC. INexorable rallying across the map. This rally catching out more Stalkers. MasTeR has to be as efficient as possible. So he's setting up. Charge is done. Immortals are building up as well. MasTeR, he has a comparable army. INexorable, I don't think he can really break this location, but instead he's dropping into the main. Is there a recall? There is. There's recall back home. Oh, catching one of the medevacs. Nice, medevac does go down. At the same time, INexorable, he rotates. Threatens a natural. Oh, SCVs are going down. Nice run by. Takes down a handful of SCVs. Zealots, they trickle into the main army. They don't trade well. They needed more support. They needed the rest of the army. Nice force fields. And GG gets caught. INexorable, he snowballs out of control. He breaks through. The trades are too good. And INexorable takes a 2-1 lead in the best of 5. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, INexorable, he shut down the 4-gate blink. I was a little bit shocked myself that we saw 4-gate blink Stalkers again out of MasTeR. He did not do enough damage with it this time. Likewise, he was sustaining a lot of probe damage early on. Remember, as a reminder, winding it back a little bit, the Hellions, they traded so well early on, getting what, 8 probe kills, and then the Banshee came in and killed even more workers, even more damage. MasTeR, he fell behind. It wasn't just that though. Again, he had taken a lot of economic damage, so he fell behind. On top of that, he'd invested more harder into 4K Blink, which means that he had to do more damage, but he couldn't afford to warp in, he couldn't afford to sustain himself. Everything just went from bad to worse, and suddenly INexorable is on match point. Suddenly the Terran needs one more here to advance on to the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go, as we are loading into another one of these larger maps. We're loading into Abyssal Reef. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is INexorable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. Here we go. And again, we're loading into one of the larger maps of the map pool. Oh, INexorable with the cheese, with the spray. Let's go. No shot is going CC first. Oh. The mind games. It is going to be a Rax expand, I would imagine, with the single gas geyser. We'll see if he does get a second gas, but the spray and the location is just for a fake out. He's hoping to try to force an overreaction out of MasTeR. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he does. Meanwhile, double gas. Okay, double gas opener, so it's going to be Rax into factory into a delayed CC. MasTeR, he will see the cheese. He'll see the gases. You can see he's checking further back in the main. He's looking up for the setup. Looking for the Rax. He'll head down towards the natural. It is not uncommon to hide a Rax at the natural or the third. So MasTeR is checking, is looking, and has yet to find it. It's confirmed. Back at home, making the initial zealot. So INexorable already forcing out some inefficiencies out of MasTeR. As the probe does go down, checking the vision. The probe did not scout the proxy, or did not scout the Rax, but is aware of its location for the most part. What I mean by that is that he saw the Reaper. So if he saw the Reaper, he knows that the Rax shouldn't be too far away. As INexorable does poke in. Back at home, the Adept arrives just in time. Adept has arrived. Zones away the Reaper. And once again, a Twilight Council opener. We've seen this every game so far. Twilight Council into Blink, into how many gates? Ooh, as the Reaper slips in, the wall is not a wall. Gets a full scout, confirms the attack. Going to the middle line. Barely, ooh, gets one probe. Trades 1 for 1. Back at home, CC's on the way, and INexorable is going for a safety Cyclone opener. Interesting. This tells us that potentially INexorable, I was going to say that he was getting ready for even a Stargate opener, but he did confirm the Twilight Council. He knows what's going on. Does know what's going on. Setting up here in the shrubbery, in the tall grass. Let's go. Is setting up. Tank production has begun behind this. So early tank into an early tank drop. Oh my god. So INexorable is going to be the aggressor instead. I was getting ready for a longer game. Again, we have yet to really experience the mid game here between these two. And it may not happen as INexorable is just rallying across the map. First tank has arrived. Second tank is on the way. And he's going to commit. You know, back at home, how many gateways? So far, we have 2 more gates on the way. It's going to be it's a 4K blink. I think I actually favor MasTeR in this position, not going to lie. He's going to have so many stalkers to work with. And INexorable's quite committed. He's pushing. pushing out. Met by the Stalkers. The lock-on here will trade. Oh, barely trade out. Takes on the Stalker. Cyclone barely survives. Tank is moving in though, getting within range. Now it is very awkward for the Terran player to push up this ramp. Like, it's a very narrow ramp. Not going to be easy. Getting within range of the mineral line. MasTeR coming from behind. Catches one of the tanks. Oh, no, never mind. Doesn't get it. Hopping up there out of INexorable. Saves the tank. Pushing closer in. Immortal has arrived. Gets a first tank. Nice snipe. Brings one of them down. Still catching reinforcements. Marines at least. Gateway's under fire. Here comes a surround. And Blink is done. And Blink is done at this point. Diving into low ground. Tank falls. Gets a full surround. And INexorable's going to lose everything. It does escape with 2 Marines, but only 2 Marines. There's the Blink. There's the dive. There's the chase. Ooh, and there's no escape. MasTeR shuts down the army. Takes the third. And INexorable's in a rough position. He committed very hard to that. There's no third CC. He's getting his extra Vaxes. He threw away 2 tanks. And I say 2. Yeah, 2 tanks were thrown away. And was not worth it at all here for INexorable. Ay, ay, ay. Now, again, MasTeR has the opportunity to go for a counterattack, but as we can see here, just expanding. Just getting a third base and macroing up. Viking harass is attempted, gets 1 pro, but just the 1. Not worth it here for INexorable. So far, just is not worth it. And now here comes MasTeR. And the question becomes, how many tanks are back at home? Okay, there's one. There's 1 tank here on the ramp, thankfully. The main base is more exposed. So we could see MasTeR rotate towards the main. Speaking of, he is rotating towards the main base. The observer is in position. But thankfully there are Marines and Marauders. There might not be a tank, but there is an army here. The CC is too close though. Oh, no shot. Can he force a cancel? We'll delay. Takes down the SCV. Forces the army out of position. But that CC unfortunately is quite close to that cliff face. Right next to it. MasTeR could try another delay. Oh, observer gets caught. Nice catch. MasTeR back home teching. +1. Charge. Close production has begun. Getting into a greater army. Oh. So MasTeR does recall back home. Ooh, does recall in time. INexorable getting his third. Both players building up. And a part of this as well, we kind of mentioned at the start of the game, is that we're loading into a larger map, into Abyssal Reef. So it is more difficult to be too assertive here. So both players are macroing for the first time this series. 3 base economy. Let's go. I mean, the Terran's still pushing. But MasTer's getting it forth. Zelrombe comes in. Oh, INexorable's out of position. SCVs are going down. It's 3 SCVs so far. Three SCVs, getting up to 4. Not the best trade from MasTeR, but at least he delays the push. He delays the move outs, giving MasTeR more time to establish his own 4th base. He's spreading out his pylons, getting ready for another Zealot run-by. As we're going all in? Wait, what? Okay. Sorry, I'm just a little bit caught off guard. For a moment there, I was like, is there like DT thrust going on? Like, what's happening? And then we just pull all the boys. Zealots are right, but there's nothing to kill. Who needs a 3rd base? We just commit. The observer does see everything. And INexorable, it's all or nothing. But we spoke about this. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. There's force fields. Yeah, he has to rotate. He has to rotate around instead. We'll go for the fourth. MasTeR, he doesn't have to defend it. He sees that, I mean, again, INexorable's completely all in. The base does finish. Links to low ground, does stem in. Going for the Colossus. And the first Colossus does go down, but the force fields, they slow down the rest of the army. The base falls, but the base doesn't matter. Base does not matter here. MasTeR trying to buy time. He could just pull his own boys. Shield batteries on the way. Is going to be collapsing, and the second Colossus does arrive. And INexorable, can he break through? He's getting close. Breaking the first line of defense. Shield batteries are done. He blinks in. And wow, the two Colossus, they do so much damage to the back line. They rain down upon the Terran. And the Protoss survives. I say that the first Colossus is going to go down, but only the first Colossus. GG gets called. MasTeR holds, and MasTeR ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Crazy move by INexorable. I don't think he needed to all in. I'll be honest. Like, I think he was like, he was in a worse position because he had lost the two tanks early on, but I think it was still viable to get his third and get a fourth base and build up. But no, he just sent it across the map. Again, it is very awkward, very difficult to all in on Abyssal Reef. The map is working against you. We saw that enough time passed where MasTeR, he barely got that second Colossus up and running, and the Colossus, they did just so much damage there in the back line, just swiping away at the SCVs, at the bio, with the Marines. GG. GG, well played. With that, we found ourselves in the ace match in game 5. And we'll see how this story ends. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is INexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is MasTeR. We go. So now we're calming down, we're settling in. The final map of the series is going to be Frostline, one of the larger maps of the map pool. Here the third, the fourth base, the even natural are more exposed, so all-ins and pulling the boys is more effective here on Frostline. I would not be surprised if INexorable does go for a 2-base all-in. I mean, clearly he's showing us his willingness to pull the boys, if need be. But we'll see if we get there. For now, going for a single gas, so Racks expand, delayed factory out of INexorable. It's going to be delayed factory. MasTeR setting up, going for a standard opener, gate side according to Nexus. Nothing wild yet, as MasTeR's just being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC, and we actually confirmed that the CC's on the high ground instead. High ground command center into the factory. No crazy 3 racks, for example, or 2-1-1. See where this takes us. And again, every game in this series, MasTeR has gone for a Twilight Council, so I have to make the assumption it's probably going to be Twilight Council again. it's probably going to be Twilight Council into Blink Stalkers. He is yet to deviate. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? First things first, Twilight Council is on the way for MasTeR, so once again going to be a Blink-based opener, but INexorable goes for a second Rax before Starport, which means we should be seeing a third Rax before Starport as well. This looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. We'll see what the timing is for the Starport, but typically the reason why you would set up in such a fashion, yep, there it is, third Rax before Starport. The reason why you would delay the Starport for so long is tech labs. You're prioritizing tech labs, you're prioritizing upgrades, specifically stim and combat shields. So there's going to be a big bio time with stim and combat shields. INexorable, he will have the option to pull the boys. He could pull the boys with this. The downside, of course, is going to be your lack of map awareness, your lack of early game tanks. Tank production about to begin. There's going to be no sustain for the army either early on without any medevacs. And limited scouting information as well, as the Hellions do hit the naturals. One, they get two. Two probes going down. Blink is on the way. One gateway in the main, and two here at the natural. So 3-gate blink. So far, very safe opener. Did I say 3? Never mind. Never mind. 4-gate blink Stalker. Hyper aggressive here from MasTeR. And against a potential 2-base all-in, I actually think I favor MasTeR's position here if he can be active and if he can slow down the army. Like that's the big thing here, the big point to bear in mind is that MasTeR, he needs to slow this down because this is going to hit like a truck. As the gateways are finishing up, Prism is on the way to counterattack. As MasTeR fans out his stalkers. Patrol everywhere. Again, INexorable is still just building up his army. Getting ready for his push, and there's no starport, so he should pull the boys. Like we're just gonna send it, Pappy. Ideally, we send it, but MasTeR is in position. Again, ideally, he forces out to send the tank. Oh my god, taking a lot of hits. One stalker goes down. Here come the boys. The boys have been pulled. It's all or nothing for INexorable. To get 2 stalkers so far. Can he get another? Can he get another stalker? Leading out SCVs. They're going now for free. There's the second stim. So he raises up. If Red does race back, Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. Prism does fall. MasTeR coming from behind. He gets barely one tank at a cost. The little stalkers do crumble. And then INexorable is going for the kill. He's going for the dive. Not many stalkers left. There is that one immortal. Shield battery under fire. Is within range, I believe. MasTeR is up against the wall. He has to pull his own boys. Tries to come in from behind, catching reinforcements. Immortal goes down. Pro's doing a lot of damage, though, even forcing some friendly fire. Oh, getting both tanks. Whew, both tanks go down. Immortal does arrive. And INexorable is running out of steam. He has to end the game here and now. Takes down the sentry. Oh, but he doesn't quite get enough. He has to keep going. Behind this, INexorable is down to 27 SCVs. He's muling, he retreats, and MasTeR defends. MasTeR, he holds. Second robo's on the way. Third next momentarily. And INexorable just now taking up, and this is late tech. Starport, eBay as well, third CC, into +1, into medevacs, into any kind of supportive unit. Likewise, MasTeR, instead of going for a third base, which I assumed he wouldn't, I think he still is, he's going for a bay before expanding for Colossus. Whew, okay, so the game is going to progress. We're going to calm things down despite the chaotic 2-base all-in. INexorable did fail. We continue from here, but because of the failed all-in, the Terran is behind. A lot of these upgrades still on the way, a lot of this tech still in production. It should have already been here by now in the standard game. This game has been anything but standard. Here we go. See, someone asking in the chat, I see 3 depots at the ramp. What did the turn do at the start of the game? He just went economic opener, Rax expand. Rax into CC. The Rax was just thrown down on the right hand side to try to fake out a proxy. So he went for a fake proxy start with just the Rax in the main into an economic opener into a 2-base all-in. And again, as we mentioned, thankfully, because MasTeR had his 4-gate setup, he had plenty of stalkers to slow down the push. And INexorable, he is struggling to actually bring himself back into this game. The faster third CC will help, but he needs more time. INexorable is being active. MasTeR, so the first Colossus has arrived. INexorable will just rotate. Rotate towards expansion. Shield barriers are exposed. Not bad. Gets one. Gets a pylon. Threatens the base itself. Bleeds out a Marauder. Bleeds out some of the Marines. And INexorable, he's forced to retreat. But not too bad. Trading with the side defense. Does trade. The problem here is that MasTeR is building up a death blow of an army that INexorable just cannot engage head on. Has to rely on split pushes and drop play. As INexorable does get his third. They're basically up and running. Double forge now for MasTeR. Getting to his double forge, gateway explosion as well. And from here, we could attempt to stabilize. I mean, Ghost production has begun. With Ghost and with EMPs, INexorable, his army is going to be that much more effective, that much more efficient. It's going to be a little potential with that. Likewise, he's building up his Viking count. Still a low count of Vikings, but he's building it up. And if MasTeR is too passive, then INexorable can recover. Does depend on MasTeR's passivity here. He's getting a 4th. Disruptive production has begun. There's a second robo. And here we go. MasTeR, he does push out. Spotted by the Marine. Spotted. MasTeR pulls away, and it looks like MasTeR, he won't move out until he has his disruptors. So on the one hand, yes, INexorable, he is recovering. He is now getting his third up and running. This is good. On the downside, though, disruptors, there's no real answer to them yet. Ideally, you want to get into liberators eventually to take control of the ground. But there's no liberation in sight. Fire, Ghost, Viking. Here we go. INexorable, he does push. This time without pulling the SCVs. Speaking of the SCVs, those else they hit the natural, they hit the third base as well. SCVs are going down, delaying the 4CC. So he has to commit. Goes up the ramp. Nice force fields here out of MasTeR. Shuts down the Marauders. Never goes up. Ooh, gets a Marauder. Does get the Marauder. Another Nova. Massive connection. The army a little bit too heavily stemmed. Forces are falling. There's one Nova left. Once again, does connect. Grazes the army. And the trades have been good enough. MasTeR, he will shut this down. GG gets called. MasTeR, he defends against the push. 20 SCVs going down across the map at the same time as he cripples the economy. And MasTeR, he will claim the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, MasTeR. He will claim the series. They went all the way to the ace match, a very intense back and forth. But as we saw, INexorable, he did commit into a 2-base all-in. He pulled all the boys. Very committed there at the start of the game, very all-in. And we saw that it did not do enough damage. From there, MasTeR gained a lead. He got further ahead. We saw that INexorable, he was able to at least build up a comparable army, but we saw he just could not push into those disruptors, could not push into that defensive position. It was just not going to happen. GG. GG, well played. MasTeR, he will advance on to the grand finals, but now it is going to be on us to figure out where we're headed next and to go down to the lower bracket to catch up on matches there instead. Oh boy. So we're heading on over to the lower bracket, and we actually have a rematch. We have a rematch between two players that we started the night with. It is going to be a ZVP between Erik and Shakti. Erik, he toured Shakti in the upper half of the bracket. Can he do it again? Can Shakti bounce back? This is going to be a best of 3 lower bracket match. Oh boy. And the winner goes on to face off against INexorable. We just casted INexorable go down. INexorable, he's waiting in the lower bracket finals for his next opponent. For now though, we're going to be going on a short break. We are nearing the halfway mark of the broadcast. We just wrapped up 3 series. 3 series did just wrap up, and from here on forward, we have the lower bracket semifinals, lower bracket finals, and then grand finals thereafter. 3 more matches ahead of us. We are halfway through the broadcast, so we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We're going to be back soon here with a rematch between Erik and Shakti. Oh boy, let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have returned. We have returned with our second half of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket. We just featured Erik going up against StarCraft. We saw his match against INexorable, and then INexorable going to the ace match again against MasTeR. A crazy back and forth ace match was featured, and now we're here in the lower bracket where we have rematches abound. Let's go. We have a rematch here, Erik versus StarCraft. This is how we started the broadcast, and now we will continue it here once again in another best of 3. Let's go. Also, I did actually message Erik earlier. As I mentioned, it was after game 1, actually. After game 1, I left him a message. I was really curious about his opener, just because, again, I had not heard the intricacies about the double hatch opener. And yeah, I was able to learn and glean quite a bit about it from Erik. So we'll see if we get to indulge in it here as well, as we're going to be jumping into game number 1. We're going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. And again, we'll see if Erik will be relying upon that opener every game in this series like he did previously. We're here to find out. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. It is Erik. He's one of Los Patos. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Zimi's Gaming. It is StarCraft. Here we go. Whew. Now again, this is going to be a rematch, so StarCraft, if he hadn't experienced that build before, well, now he has some more experience with Erik. Now he's a little bit more familiar with it, and we'll see if he can keep up. Meanwhile, Erik going to be going for, interesting, a gas pool opener. Much more aggressive this time. Early gas into an earlier pool, into a delayed hatchery out of Erik. I mean, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. This map is known for having a very short rush distance by ground, for allowing for these aggressive builds to be more effective, and we'll see what Erik can get done. Now with the early gases, we could go for early link speed, we can go for for early Roach Warren. We can go for an extra worker in the gas for a Bane bust as well. But for now, we're keeping only 2 workers in that gas, guys. So I'm curious as to what the gas is going to be spent on. And we'll see if Erik pulls out once he invests into Link Speed. If he invests into Link Speed. Shakti pokes in, sees the lack of expansion, sees the spawning pool, and will also get eyes on the gas geyser as well. So Shakti, now he's aware that he's going to be in a little bit of danger here. You can see him going for the gateway Cybercore before Nexus. Again, he's setting up his wall, getting ready as he is aware of the links. Is aware. Now, as a result of the earlier Cybercore, it means he can make an earlier Adept. Lings get spotted, but no Zealot. Oh, the Zealot was delayed. Just now shine the Zealot. Gonna be a later Zealot here from Shakti. Only after realizing how many Lings were made. Meanwhile, Erik, he pulls out. Okay. He pulls out a gas. He's going into Link Speed, pulls out a gas. He's going to be joining from here. So he's only being aggressive with 6 Lings. Only 6 Lings. And he's trying to force an overreaction. I mean, again, Shakti, he did delay his expansion, but he did not throw down a second gateway. Only 1 gateway, so Zealot into Adept, into harassing across the map. Erik back at home. I'm assuming that he's going to go for a more standard response here, just because the earlier hatchery does mean less queens, and I feel like, I mean, against these Adepts, you do want the additional queen instead. Yep, there it is, second queen. Second queen is on the way. Settling in. As we're settling in, we can see Erik double expanding. He's double expands, getting his natural, getting his third base as well to make up for his delayed expansion. Likewise, Shakti going for a Stargate opener back at home. Stargate into most likely Oracle play. Now, before Shakti moves out, we can see him throw down a safety shield battery, even another gateway as well to reduce surface area on that Zealot, and then he moves out. Then he pushes. So really safe play here by Shakti. Erik does have a reputation, and Erik is making full use of that, as Erik is cutting corners, being greedy, taking a third base, and droning up. He only has 6 Lings. Overlord also confirms that the Adepts have yet to move out. Overlord going into the main, and will confirm the tech of choice. Now, in the previous match where they faced off against each other, we saw Shakti open up with Glaive Adepts. Here, Erik confirms no Glaives, Stargate play instead. So he is aware. Immediately Spores. Spores are on the way. Spore the natural, Spore in the main. Queens are amassing. But again, there's only 2 queens. Third queen just now in production. And this is not going to be an easy hold here for Erik. The Spore looks like going to finish up in time. Just in time. Erik, he pulls away. Oracle's going to be zoned back. Tipping in between the bases. Going for the natural. Gets a drone. Gets 1. Gets... Oh, not quite 2. Taking a lot of hull damage. Oh my god. Whew, almost goes down. Brutal damage here for Shakti. Has to get the hell out of there. Behind this, going for a third base. And as he gets a third, that is an earlier Twilight Council. Gateway explosion. This does feel like Glaive Adepts. It could be one of 2 things, either early Glaives or early Blink. Blink would be a bit of a safer response, Glaives, of course, more aggressive. Our eyes are on Shakti. What do we go for? Meanwhile, Erik's still droning. Droning, transfers over. Taking his gases. Roach Warren's on the way. And we'll see what Shakti goes for. I can see an argument for either upgrade. And there it is, Glaives. Okay, so he's going to be the aggressor. Very committed here by Shakti, going to Glaive Adepts. Now, unfortunately for Shakti, there's a Roach Warren. Roach Warren is done. Roach is kind of masked. Gases are being taken. And, ooh, Erik, instead of making Roaches, he's taking up even further, going for the Hydra Den. Quite greedy. Greedy play here by Erik. Going for the Hydras instead. Adepts are moving out. Adepts, they get spotted, they get scattered, and we need Roaches. Roaches are amassing as we speak. Spine Crawler's on the way. Yeah, strong reaction here by Erik. He does fully wall off the natural. As is getting a fourth. And there are just so many adepts. Can Shakti overwhelm? Does catch the queen. Queen gets caught out. Glaives isn't even done. Good start so far. Shakti making his way in between the bases. Oh. Gets one of the roaches. Gets one. The others are exposed. You see Erik trying to build up. Spinecrawler is now done. And more roaches on the way. Collapsing on the army. Adepts do shade past. And the queen does take down the oracle. Just barely before going down. So nice pick off. Adepts do not shade in. Erik is all over this. Keeps re-walling. Is able to keep re-walling in time. But in the Heaven fight, the roaches are struggling. They are struggling a little bit. They have to pull back to the Spinecrawler. To pull back once again. Shakti shading. Oh no! Barely denied the shade. Yeah, Erik, he's all over this. Denies the shade. Chasing down the adepts. And Erik, he will shut this down. And behind this, Erik, he's not done. Roach speed. Roach speed is on the way. That means that Erik, he can counterattack. Once he cleans this up, he can move out. Can and will. Adepts recall back home. Back at home, what is it to defend? Mainly adept. There is one immortal on the way though. There is an immortal. There's a second robo as well. So double immortal production is on the way. Erik, can he hit first? But now Erik, he's droning. He's droning up. Getting more upgrades. Double expanding. Getting a fourth. Getting a fifth. And Erik, he's backing off. He's backing off. He's droning. He is not going for a counterattack. And now we can settle into a longer game state. Now, what I will say, coming into the mid game here, Erik is in a better position. Erik, he has a higher base count. He has a better droning. He is still saturating, of course. And he most likely won't invest into his army until he's done droning up. And he should be free to do so. Like Shakti's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. After the failed aggression, he can't really move out. And Shakti should be able to get into Storm, as the Temple Archives is now done. Things they scout, they check the army. It's a little bit immortals. Lurker Den is on the way. Now, can Erik morph in Lurkers in time to defend, or will Shakti strike first? Because Shakti, I assumed he was getting Storm. No Storm. No Storm. This means that Shakti is going to be moving out first. He's moving out. He's already pushing. Has a terrifying army. Moving out without Storm. And Erik, he'll have to defend without Lurkers. Oh boy. It's not going to be easy. Erik going for a Ling Roach counterattack, catching reinforcements. Hydras, they do pick up one Arc. No, barely not. Archon survives. But Erik, he gets across the map, depowers the gateways. Nice, the warp in, hits the mineral line. Probes are going down. At the same time, this is a death blow of an army. Shakti is becoming all in. It's that much more committed. Diving into the bases. Boys are being pulled. Gets one Archon. One Archon goes down. Second Archon as well, but the Immortals do so much in the back line. That's 4 Immortals. There's so many. So many Immortals. Despite that, the Archons are falling and there's not much support. Where are the Adepts? Where are the Zealots? Where's the Gateway Army? No support whatsoever. Lings, they come in for the surround. And Erik, he holds. He shuts down the army. Back at home, defensive warpins were forced. No reinforcements. And Erik, he doesn't just bring down the base, so he brings down the army. Now he's going for the bases. He's going for the 4th. Lings, they peel off towards the expansion. I just push in. Storm is done. Not bad. Zone's away. Another probes. They transfer a little bit too soon. There's another storm. Decent connection. The expansion surrounded. The 4th base should fall. Once again, nice storm in the Hydras. Shakti does break out. Does at least try to. Still stuck on 3 bases. Building on more High Templar, building on more Storms. And enough time has passed where, here we go, the Lurkers, they have arrived. The Lunkers are here, the Hive is done, we have Hive upgrades on the way. Lurker range already complete. Getting to Hydra Lunge. Getting to all the upgrades. And Shakti is in trouble. And again, he had to get more damage done earlier. He didn't get any drones here with his Adept Harass. With his Adept follow-up. As he moves out, Lings, they move in. Hoping to force a cancel. And there it is. And with that cancellation, there's no turning back. There's no turning back. Not anymore. It's all or nothing for Shakti. Either he breaks Erik or he dies trying. That's a lot of Lurkers. That's how many? That's 14 Lunkers. So he rotates. Oh, Storm pops up. Another Storm as well. Can go for the expansion. Does peel up towards the pit. Erik has to evacuate. Expansion is going to go down. Erik, he doesn't flinch. Going for a counterattack instead. Catching out the Zealots. Going for the third. Hoping to force a recall. All the Lurkers are in position. And 2 Immortals go down. He cannot push into this. Oh, the trick one is brutal. GG gets called. And Erik, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Will take game number 1 off of a really chaotic start as well. As a reminder, it was gas first. Gas into pool, into early Ling aggression. We saw that Shakti followed up with Glaive Adepts, and Erik, he shut it down. He completely shut it down. He made sure that the Adepts did not get into the bases, did not get into the mineral lines. Erik was all over it, and Shakti fell behind from there after the failed Glaive Adept build. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from Brazil representing Eximius Gaming down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back in this series on Force the Ace match. It is Shakti. We go. As Erik is going for his 15 hatchery. Getting a drone. The hatchery is set up. Again, welcome one all to King's Cove. King's Cove being one of the larger maps in the map pool. Starting off with hatch first, and this would be a better map to open up with an earlier second hatchery. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. What do you have for us? There it is. Okay, it's going to be a hatch into pool, into hatch, question mark, delayed gas. If I'm not mistaken, that's typically, yeah, there we go. The drone does move out, and Erik, he sets up the second macro hatchery. Let's go. Now, I was probing Erik's mind about this, because I was very curious as to the purpose and the pros and cons of this build. Just because I mentioned before that this is a build that Erik came up with, that other Zerg players have been emulating since then, at the start of the year, or since the start of the year. The pros and cons here, we did already point out that it does mean that your second queen is very delayed, so you're going to be stuck with 1 queen early on. So this is considered to be a greedy build. A greedy build, as you do delay queens, it does mean that you're a little bit more vulnerable early on. You have a weaker early game because of this, and you're more vulnerable to aggression. But this does give you kind of like a boost in the mid game. What this does here, first things first, larva wise, you're actually even or equivalent to making another queen, because instead of an inject, you have an extra hatchery with the larva available to you. On top of that, it does give you extra creep to spread out to gain a greater foothold in towards the mid game. Likewise, long term gives you more larva as well, as you have more bases, of course. So in the end, it is more designed to get you into a boosted mid game. That is the hope, that is the goal. Here we go. It also saves you an overlord as well, as we mentioned. Like, as the hatchery gives you extra creep, so saves you an overlord, gives you more creep, gives you equivalent larva. The downside, again, less queens for less defense. As the third is on the way. Meanwhile, Shakti going to be opening up Stargate's going to be opening up with the Oracle. The Oracle has initially. Again, the gas is also delayed, so link speed is delayed as well. Here we go. And as we said, a big shout to Cyan in the chat. Fala galera. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome one and all to Amantes de StarCraft. Ooh, a Brazilian monthly tournament. Hey, there you go. It's relevant. But yes, we are catching up with Amantes. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Obrigado. Obrigado, papi. Obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. As Lings are here to delay, to deny the probe. Ooh. As the expansion is going to be thrown down, but it was off center. No. Yeah, forced to cancel as well. Rough start here for Shakti. Behind this, Twilight Council. So Stargate, Twilight Council before expansion. This screams Glaive Adepts. Oh, my apologies. Twilight Council into Forge before expansion. This looks a little bit different. This could even be +1 in charge. We'll keep an eye on Shakti. Regardless, aggressive build as we're going for earlier tech. As the Oracle moves out. Behind this, Erik building up. He's had a tumor. Does catch a tumor at least, but the queens are whipping out just in time to defend. We have our 4 queen setup, spreading out more creep. Roche Horn has been thrown down, and gases are being taken. Now, we could see Erik embrace mutas from this point, but mutas would be, actually that would hurt him more than anything. He scouts, he confirms the Nexus is on the way, but he should realize how late it is, and it is going to be +1 in charge. So very aggressive, very committed here by Shakti, getting up to 4, soon to be 6 gates. A 6-gate setup, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 2 more gateways and go into an 8-gate all-in. As long as they catch 2 transferring workers, not bad. A couple of workers go down. Zealots are being hidden here in the natural. Erik has no idea. There's that Spire. Is rushing into mutas, but again, I don't think mutas are really going to be a factor here. He needs roaches more than anything. Does need roaches. Zealots move out. Zealots, they are spotted. He knows. He does see the Zealots. Does need to back up those roaches. Catching out to Adepts, not bad. Delaying the push. Zealots are forced to chase. You can see 7 roaches out in production for Erik. Needs as many roaches as possible. Spine crawlers on the way as well. We get a spine at the 3rd. We get a spine in the natural. And all the spine crawlers confirming no gases. And here comes the army. Here comes the essentially all-in. Oh, nice positioning though. Very nice SimCity here with that hatchery. Cells being forced back. Oh, nice surround here on some of these roaches. Whatsoever, the kiting is solid. Erik, he kites away. More roaches trickling in. He doesn't get surrounded though. Yeah, he is locked down. Erik blue cleaning out a lot of roaches here. Sweet out. Still though, plenty of reinforcements and no economic damage. The spine crawler has been able to hold its own. No drones going down. Erik is still on 65 workers. And these cells have to do more damage. They needed to do more. Shetty, he needed a mineral line. Needed something. Some kind of setup here. More cells get surrounded. And there it is. He defends long enough to actually afford those mutas. He can get away with it. Erik, he's held. He survived. Mutas is now on the way. And Shakti, he's not ready for the mutas. He's not ready. As Erik's goal here should just be to distract. To poke in, to distract the main army. Keep Shakti busy. Potentially trade against the Zealots. Archons have arrived. Forcing Erik back. Does force him back. Passing him rulings, and yeah, GG gets called. I believe mutas, they hit the mineral line. The mutas are revealed, and Erik, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played again. 12 mutas, they hit the natural at the same time. There was just nothing to defend. There was nothing in position. Shakti, he was overwhelmed, and Erik will claim the series. GG. GG, well played. Whew, again, really cool to see this new build from Erik, and again, there's definitely uses for it. I can see it really working quite well on larger maps, whether it's, you know, maps like Frostline, maps like Abyssal Reef, alongside King's Cove and Neon Violet Square. On these smaller maps, does feel quite greedy. It feels quite difficult to get away with. We did see Erik attempt to go for that build against a Terran player in INexorable with very mixed success, with no success. He was picked apart. But here against Protoss definitely is a lot more viable, and we'll see how Erik performs in his rematch, because he takes down Shakti, and Erik, he advances on to the lower bracket finals. Lower bracket finals, a player is waiting for him, has been patiently waiting for him. It is going to be a rematch, another ZVT between Erik and INexorable. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be Erik versus INexorable, and it's going to be another best of 5. Here we go. We have our best of 5. And we'll see how Erik bounces back, or if at all. For those that are curious, this is a rematch in the upper bracket. We had INexorable just shut Erik down 2-0. As this is his, well, I should say this is Erik's worst matchup. And INexorable, he was on fire. We'll see if he can do it once again. We'll see if he can work his way back into those finals for a rematch against MasTeR. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran. For the Platinum Heroes, it is INexorable. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue Zerg for the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. Here we go. And again, we previously saw Erik attempt to go for that build here in ZVT, go for the faster macro hatchery into delayed queen production, but specifically against INexorable, he punished it so hard, going for a 1-1-1 Hellion runway into Banshees. He completely just tore Erik apart, punished him for it, and yeah, I feel like Erik, he learned the hard way that going for that kind of opener in this matchup is a little bit less viable, or I should say there's more ways for that to be abused for the Terran player to take advantage of you. So we'll see. For now, hatch, gas pool, standard opener out of Erik. No crazy shenanigans with the early hatchery, not yet. And likewise, INexorable opening up in a standard fashion as well. So far, so good. He's going to be opening up. We did mention earlier that, again, Erik, his weakest matchup is ZVT. And it is also very Roach dependent as well coming into the mid game or even in the early game as well. We see a lot of Roach play out of Erik. And I would imagine we're going to be seeing that again. The SCV Scout is going to be coming in. Confirming the opener. Confirming how normal everything looks. Which is crazy. Should say, which is crazy considering that it is Erik that we're playing against. Behind this, Erik, he pulls out a gas, getting to link speed, and going for a third. So hatch gas pull into a third base, very standard play out of Erik. Reaper dips in. Does threaten the bases. And we'll get a link, not bad. One Zergling goes down, but just the one Zergling. As INexorable checks, he scouts the third base, is aware, pulls back. And behind this third CC before Starport, economic follow-up out of INexorable. So far, so good. Massive standard of the game here between our two players. INexorable dips in, dips out. Ooh, but does mix up his build here. As you can see on the production tab, that is going to be a second Rax before Starport. This is a 3cc 2-1-1. Interesting. So this opener is designed to get into a stim timing. It's going to be a stim timing with a medevac with 16 Marines and with a handful of Hellions. When I say a handful, I mean really 2, because this should lead into an add-on swap. That is the downside of this build, as Lings, they do take down both Marines. Oh my god. Get both Marines. Oh, not much more. Add-on swap should be upon us. But that's the downside of this build, is that you rely on less Hellions. Significantly less Hellions than normal. Yep, there we go. Add-on swap here for that reactored Marine production instead. It means that early on the map control for INexorable is weaker than in a standard game, as he has less Hellions, of course. The other downside is no Banshees. There's going to be no Banshee harass, and if Erik were to be very Roach heavy, there's no Banshees to defend either. Speaking of being Roach heavy, there is. Roach 1 is thrown down, which is what we expect out of Erik. Erik, he's a Roach boy. He's a Roach boy. Does often play Roaches in this matchup, more so than Ling Bane. Hellions are deflected. Erik keeping up. Shuts down the Reaper. We have Roaches on the way. INexorable looking for a way in. Is deflected. The medevacs are soon to arrive, as there we go, both medevacs to begin. Overlord and Scouts confirms the third CC and does confirm the 2-1-1 as well. So big scout here for Erik. He's fully aware of what's going on, and hopefully he doesn't cut too many corners here, as if he joins up too hard, this 2-1-1 or this 3cc 2-1-1 can punish. As Erik does get supply blocked upon losing that Overlord. Now breaking out. Does break out. Third Rax on the way. And here come the medevacs. Here comes the drop. Stim is now done. INexorable, he should be dropping, should be pushing to deny creep, to potentially catch queens. Bit of a slower move out here from the Terran, but a move out nonetheless. So far, catching out another Overlord, denying some creep. Supply blocking Erik. He's gonna get supply blocked. Checking for the fourth. Erik taking the best of it towards the left, so Ling Runby does hit the mineral line at the same time. Getting one SCV, that I say one, getting up to 2. 2 SCVs go down. Still waiting for that scan. There we go. Oh, he wants the Overlord. He gets it. Does catch another Overlord. My drop confirms the expansion. Dropping into the main. Once again, keeping Erik busy. Getting to the mineral line. Getting a couple of drones already. 2 drones going down. Getting another Overlord. Going for the Queens. And where's the ground army? Late response by Erik. Losing 2 Queens. The mineral line as well. This is becoming critical damage. 10, 11, 12 drones going down. This is well worth it for INexorable. And back at home, he's just building up. He's just saturating his third base, building up his bio, his tanks, getting in towards 2-2 with that armory. And Erik, he's up against the wall. He's in trouble here. He's behind economically, just now transferring over towards the 4th base. Erik getting into 1-1 upgrades. Committing here into roaches. But to take a lot of losses here. Infestation bits. I would imagine that Erik wants to go for a safety infestors for fungal growth. I would imagine that's the case. Would imagine. As is normal, he does stem in. Keeping Erik busy. Dropping to the main. Getting a look, getting another. Not again! Does dive in for a second time. Not getting as much damage this time. But did I speak too soon? He wants the Ravagers. Gets 2 drones, gets 3 roaches, and the Ravagers are exposed. Erik, he did not split well enough. His ground army out of position. Doesn't have much of a ground army. And INexorable is just all over this, time and time again. Getting more drone kills. Infestors are on the way. And when it comes to the next fight, Erik has to heavily rely on these infestors. He needs to fungal the army and connect with those miles. It's not going to be easy. INexorable is in a better position. There, he's getting ready with his fungals. No connection yet. Alternatively, if INexorable is a little bit too passive, then Erik can recover. There's that 4th CC on location. Erik moving in. The bio army is in drops across the map. But INexorable, he holds. He holds, collapse of the army. 2-2 is not done. Oof, massive tank shots. And Erik, he doesn't quite land with that fungal. There's 1 fungal left. INexorable dropping in. This time Erik's here. This time he's ready. On the miles! Oh my god. Gets a full medevac. Very nice catch. Full medevac goes down. Erik, he is down in supply, but hey, he's fighting back. He's doing what he can. He's doing what he can. Ooh, but here comes the move out. And again, Erik, he's down in supply. And more so than it seems, because he does have inflated supply with the Roach Ravager. As I mentioned before, he has to rely on that fungal. And even then, it may not be enough. Wow, as I get one of the tanks. INexorable diving in. The tanks, they get caught on siege. Oh my god. Getting 1, 2, almost 3 times. Never. He gets 1. Gets 1 of the tanks. And INexorable is snowballing out of control. We do have a big link counterattack here across the map. 18 SVs going down. Erik forcing the all-in, but INexorable, he has no reason to turn around. He has no reason to defend. He can just keep going. He should just be keeping. He should just keep going. Back at home, trying to defend. Here comes the push. Show us that fungal. Oh. And not quite. INexorable with the free split. He avoids the fungal for the most part. He can commit in. Tanks are gaining ground. And Erik, he's barely holding on here. Does get one of the tanks, but there's still two more behind this. There's so many tanks. Oh my god. And we just keep rallying in. INexorable, he stims, and he wins. He takes on the final Ravager. Erik down to 3 bases. 3 bases, down to a handful of units remaining. Clinging onto hope, clinging onto +3 carapace, but we already have 3-3 on the way, finishing up faster for the Terran. Does get a tank. Does get a tank. Erik barely holding. Getting a medevac. I mean, the pickoffs are good. Don't get me wrong. But INexorable, he's about to max. As Erik gets another tank. Just a free unit here and there. Not bad. But we're getting ready for the A move. We're getting ready here for the push. And so we're getting another base. Getting a 5th. Maintaining a greater economy. Fungos, they do connect. Oh! Applies as well. Gets a Marauder. But there's just no buffer. There's no support. From here, we just take the Fungal to the face. INexorable, he stims. He wins. GG gets called. And INexorable, he will take a lead in the series. GG. Again, just very successful drop play here from INexorable. I mean, this is the downside of playing very roach heavy in this matchup, is that it does mean that your army is just less mobile. It's just less mobile. You have no anti-air either, so we saw that INexorable, he just pulled Erik apart, dropping into the main range, dropping into the natural, getting so much economic damage and just crippling Erik ahead of time. Erik, he did have some nice moments afterwards. He had some very nice micro moments, trading with the army, sniping medevacs, tanks, bio, marines, marauders, but it was too little too late. The damage was already sustained. It was already behind. GG. GG, well played. INexorable does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is INexorable. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. Can he bounce back? Can he win his first game against his opponent here today for the CranKy Ducklings? It is Erik. The kangaroo. Let's go. As we load into ley lines, a larger map compared to Wisps of Gold, true. But we'll see how Erik does open. For now, going pool first. Okay. Is going to be playing pool first. With this earlier things, it's going to be pool into hatchery into... Actually, this could be pool hatch. Ooh, do we open gasless again? This feels risky. Does feel quite risky here. I mean, it didn't quite work out the first time we played against INexorable. We'll see if it works out this time, assuming he doesn't take his gases. We'll keep an eye on Erik. As the first queen is on the way, still no gases. Likewise, INexorable going for his own standard opener, going for his SCV scout into Reaper. And yep, there it is. He is going for that build. Okay, no gas. No gases for Erik. He's going for a delayed gas into a faster macro hatchery. Oh boy. Now, the last time we saw this, we did see INexorable just pull Erik apart with a 1-1-1. I would love to see INexorable do a 1-1-1 again as a response, but we'll see. We shall see. Now, the reason why the 111 response was so good and so powerful is because Erik has no queens. This build does mean the queen production is heavily delayed, so Erik is more vulnerable in the early game. He knows it. He knows that he is more vulnerable. There is potential to abuse this build and abuse the Zerg. We'll see if INexorable does go for it. So now he's just droning up. He's droning. Factory does fit. Yeah, there we go. 111. Factory into starports. He's not going for the third CC before any tech. An aggressive build here out of INexorable, and this does make sense. This is something that Clem is just really good at. Clem, he's really good at this response as well. If you've been watching EWC, if you've been watching Cyril versus Clem, you'll know that Cyril, time and time again, when he attempted to go for a gasless build, Clem, he was just always there to punish. Always. It was crazy to see that dynamic. We'll see if INexorable can replicate that. Now, this time I'm sure Erik is going to be a little bit more on notice, as this has already transpired previously in their previous series. Erik is already here to wall off that location, that entrance to the natural. And there it is. Baliness has been thrown down. Hellions are thrown to die. We have a Neva Chamber behind the Queen. Oh, there it is. Yeah, just in time it looks down the Hellions at least. Hellions look down, the Reaper is going to fall, massive pickup, and with that Erik is holding. Erik, this time he holds, this time he defends, this time he does not lose over 10 drones. We have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. Oof. Despite that, 2 drones getting roasted. Only 2 though. This pales in comparison as to what we saw previously. Behind this we have the Cloak Banshee on the way into a delayed 3rd CC. Now the onus is going to be on INexorable and the Terran to get some damage done. Rotates once again. No drones here on location. Erik going for his own Ling run by. Takes down the Hellion. Hellion goes down. Boys are being pulled. SUVs are falling. Yeah, rough trades here for the Terran. Erik gets 3 SCVs. Does get 3 workers. The Banshee was waiting for the second Banshee. Cloak is now done, I believe. Yeah, Cloak is done. And now INexorable moves out. As he moves out, Queens are amassing, spores are on the way. Erik can get ready in time. Gonna get ready. Diving on the Hellions. Up! Almost gets around. Gets 1. It's the 1 Hellion. Banshees, they activate Cloak. They head towards the 3rd. There are 3 Queens ready. And the Queens, they will defend. Oh! Ooh, getting 1 of the Banshees. Yeah, massive pickup. 1 Banshee goes down for 2 drones. Not worth it for the Terran. Erik, he's holding. So far, he's holding on. So he rotates over towards the natural. Gets 2 more drones. But does take a lot of hits, getting a 3rd drone towards the end. Not bad. At least he does keep the Banshee alive this time. Meanwhile, Erik droning up as well. Getting up to 3 base saturation. Massing up Ling Vein. We have the upgrades on the way on the horizon. And Erik, he's getting ready for a longer game state. His goal should be to build enough Ling Vein to be safe and then saturate the fort. Speaking of being safe, here comes INexorable. Now it looks like he's going to be hitting with Stim and 1-1. 1-1 upgrades are almost done for the Terran. He wants the 4th. Last Erik, he's in position. He is somewhat ready for this. comes down to the control. Then she pokes in. Remember, low queen counts. And Erik is going to try and collapse forward. Not bad. Gets us over the tank. Yeah, the tank is going to fall. Banshee as well. And Erik is holding. Erik is holding on. There's no rush. But Erik, he does collapse in the army. Oh no! No lifts. No pickup. INexorable caught not paying attention. His eyes were elsewhere. Erik peeling up into the middle line once again. Taking 2 more CVs. And Erik, he has gained momentum. It's on his side. Just non-stop harassment, non-stop counterattacks. Dives into the main, getting into the middle line. A whole position micro, catching the SCVs. At the same time, hits the third. Getting more SCV kills going for the tank. How big up? Saves the tank. Tank is saved. INexorable holding on. Erik behind this, rushing into a hive, actually. That I was not expecting. But he's taking up. He's still on a low drone count. I mean, this is Erik for you. Like, he's still only on 3 base saturation when it comes to his overall drone count. Overall economy. But it's taking up into that hive. Go. Hive is on the way. INexorable not getting a 4th. Barely run by gets spotted, is deflected. Thankfully. So far, INexorable is keeping up, he's holding on. Because of the low drone count for so long for Erik, he just hasn't really been able to max out. Still getting there. Building up, is getting there. Likewise, so is INexorable, also getting to 2-2. Getting into the mid game. Getting into the late game, I should say. That's on the way. Likewise, better pick up here from INexorable. Does get away. But the fourth base is exposed. Lings, they flood in. They deny mining. Catching at the SCVs. Oh, they didn't pull away far enough. Workers going down. Very nice target firing. Bailey said do not connect. INexorable, very impressive fight. Very impressive defense. It's impressive. Erik behind this, still waiting for his lurker 10. Just now joining up to around 4 base saturation. It's close enough. It's fine. Yes, I can. Building up. Still building up his Link Bane. Lurker 10 is done. Still waiting for Adaptive Talons. Still getting there. Now we do have a bit of a lull here. Do you have a lull? Do you have a break? As both players are getting up to 4 base saturation. Both players looking to max out. INexorable still being somewhat active. Does have the Liberator and of course the move out. But Erik is keeping up, going for his own run by. Oh, the tanks are exposed. And he commits. It's going to be a big investment here, but he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. He's going to get all 3 tanks. Bailey's they roll in towards the middle lane. Hydras, they want those Liberators. And massive Bailey connections. Ooh, takes down 13, 14 SCVs. Back at home, Erik, he defends and he attacks, and he is crippling INexorable. Killing everything here at the natural. Worker. The CC. Let's cash out the Hydra is not bad. Hydra's is going down. This was an expensive trade here for Erik, but a worthwhile one. INexorable still supply blocked, and Erik, he's being given time. Time to do what? Lunkers. Lurkers are on the way. Erik just needs a little bit more time to build them up, and INexorable was pretty committed. He's committed at this point. Stimming in. As he moves in, Erik goes for another run by. Once again, going for the SCVs, going for the economy. Double Lurker doing the same. And INexorable, he just can't move out. He's trying to. Every time he moves out, Erik moves in. Harass is an issue. Going for the double job, getting 2 queens, getting 3. Oh, but he gets 3 queens. 3 queens go down. Very nice big offs here from INexorable. Erik is trying to keep up. Again, still no low drone counts. But he does want the tank. He wants it. He's going to get it as well. He gets 1 at least. 1 tank goes down. Oof. Does force the CC to catch fire. Thankfully, repairs. Does keep it alive. And it looks like the Lunkers are finally going to hit the field. The Lunkers. Pushing towards the 4th. There is 1 tank in position, but here come the melees towards the mineral line. Planetary goes down, and that's all that Erik needs to do. Just deny the base, deny the expansion, back off, come back in, deny the expansion again. Does move out. Erik, he does spot it. He ignores it, going for another link run by. Why not? Take some more CVs. As INexorable is rotating. He does have a comparable army, true. He's just all in. Like, he lost the 4th, losing 12 SCVs. GG gets called. We don't get the final fight, and Erik, he will tap the series 1-1. GG. I was hoping for the final fight to occur. I mean, things were bleak. As you can see here, like, everything is dying, everything's on fire, like, things are not looking good for INexorable. There was potential with the army, but alas, death by 1,000 cuts. INexorable, he taps out, and with that, whew, Erik does tie the series. Oh my god. Erik does tie things up, and now we make our way into game number 3. Oh my god. And yeah, this time Erik, he was able to have a much stronger defense early on, despite the 1-1-1. He deflected the Hellions, deflected the Banshees. Impressive. Impressive play there. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the red Terran representing the Planet Heroes. It is INexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg from Brazil, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. Quack, pappy, quack. It is Erik. Here we go as Erik. He is going for a hatch first. So far, so good. He's going for the initial hatchery. Again, Erik has been quite fond of going for the double hatch opener before gas. We'll see if he does go for it this time as well in Ultra Love. We'll see if he does embrace it. As is that pool on the way. Delayed gases here from Erik, which we have seen quite a bit of so far. Is going for delayed gases. INexorable coming in soon with the SCV scouts. So now actually just going for the Reaper scout instead. Reaper moves out. SCV as well. Show us the hatchery. As I don't see a gas. Oh. Oh, never mind. We see it. Gas guys just on the way. But with the earlier pool, that means earlier queen production. There we go. 2 queens are being produced as we speak. And should be out in time for the Reaper. Reaper's on the way. Meanwhile, Erik with the pool first. Early roaches. There we go. Early roaches into a roach rush. This is Erik. Ah. We saw attempted macro out of Erik last game, which was really refreshing to see. As Erik is not known for macro, he's known for this. Known for early roaches. As Erik is going to be racing back. Behind the screen for a 1-1 follow-up. Roaches are building up. Now, as is often the case here with Erik, I'm curious how many roaches are going to be made. Typically, he goes into like 2, 4, maybe 6 roaches, and then he just drones. He just drones up. Heads towards a later game state. Curious to see how this turns out this time. As we have 3 roaches on the way. Reaper dips in. Reaper does not get a full scout.
Trying to kill your SCVs.
Doesn't get a full scout off. Lings, they threaten the natural. Roaches soon to arrive. Roaches there while they're in course. Hallucination does spot them. Is aware. Reaper spots him, let's say. Yeah, mining is going to be denied. INexorable forced to evacuate, gives up the low ground. Erik going straight for the natural instead, going for the add-ons. Again, reactor under fire. Boys are being pulled. Hellions are going to be able to slow the tide, but the reactor, it's oh god, is going to survive. Okay, 2 SCVs. And behind this, Erik just running. He's just running up. Again, only 3 roaches. That's all it is. Just 3 roaches for Erik. Gonna lose 1. And the others. And again, this did at least delay mining time at the natural. Did some damage. And Erik is just gonna drone from here. Behind this, 3rd CC is now done for INexorable. We'll soon move out to land. Still looking for a way in. Looking for damage. It's got the Hellions. Wants to make use of them. Ooh, and Erik is going into 2-base Muta. He's going for the Spire. Interesting. Bold move out of Erik. Bold move. First Marauder does arrive. I'd like INexorable. He's crazy. Moves out with the first Marauder. I believe he's going to be punished for it, though. He has to get the hell out of here. And we'll waddle away. Beautiful. Does waddle. Spire so far unscouted. Meanwhile, Overlord in the main base gets eyes on everything. He sees the 3-1-1 setup. He sees the 3CC. Erik is fully aware what's going on. And INexorable is not. As a Spire, it's almost done at this point. And there's no towers. There's no sign here that he's aware of that Spire. Scans the main. Sees nothing. Sees researching Roach Warren. And looking as it should. So far, everything looking normal. Spire is now done. And show us those meters. 5 meters so far. Is enough to one-shots. And as we mentioned previously, like this is not mass Muta. It's going to be Muta into 1-1 upgrades, into Roach Rapture. Into potentially Hydras. But again, the Mutas are not designed to kill INexorable. They're designed to maim him. deal some crippling damage. As the mutas are on the way. Let's go. Again, only 5. Only 5 mutas. While Erik is building a more Roach Ravager. Okay, joining up to 3 bases. INexorable moves out. As he moves out, there's nothing on him to defend. Oh. Oh, he's out of position. Mutas hit the main base. SCVs are falling. There are some reinforcements. That's 3 Marines. And Mutas, they don't care about your Marines. At the same time, INexorable, he commits. Tank goes down. Does Erik have enough to defend, though? Boys are being pulled. Drones are falling. But the tank gets exposed. It's on its own. Only getting 2 drone kills. That is insane. And the Mutas are still popping up. The Mutas are still not quite done. Getting 15 SCVs. Roach Ravager rallying across the map as well. And Erik can't deal with one of these armies, let alone both. Oh my god. Using the tank. Mutas in the main. Okay, just the 1 Marine. And again, INexorable just cannot expand. Cannot take that 3rd base. Erik starts stepping forward into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. So much economic damage. Damage that INexorable he cannot recover from. He cannot recover. Mutas are still popping up. GG gets called. Too many losses. And Erik, he will snowball out of control, taking a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Erik. He will take a lead. And Erik is now 1 game away from advancing on to the grand finals. Here we go. Again, just a really chaotic build out of Erik, going for the early roaches. And again, remember, the early roaches are only designed to force a reaction. They weren't really meant to get it, they didn't really get any damage done behind it going to that muta switch. And again, only enough mutas to harass, still just focusing on that Roach Ravager army to be able to catch the Terran player, or to catch INexorable off guard. Did work out well. Did work out well here. Now we're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Amygdala. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South American, I mean, in a way, the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can tie things up and force the ace match. It is INexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. Here we go. So Erik is setting up. Going for a slightly earlier Roach one than spawning pool that we saw previously. Oh wait, now we get is going pool first. Pool first into the hatchery. No hatch pool opener. So much more aggressive. Out of Erik. From here, once again, this could just be 6 lings, like 6 lings to delay the expansion and just take a 3rd base. We'll see where this takes us. Meanwhile, oh my god, it's been a while, but we have 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper on Amygdala. Bold move is what I say. Bold move just because the map is quite large, so rush distance by ground is going to be longer than normal. I'm not entirely convinced by 2x Reaper, but okay, let's go. Let him cook, Pappy, let him cook. So we are building up. Likewise, checking the vision. Erik, he has yet to confirm. Soon will with the Overlord. So Overlord does dip in. Confirms the Raxes. And that would, I would imagine, typically force the defending player back home. But no, Erik, he still moves out. Still moves out with the Lings. First Reaper goes across the map. And Erik, no fear. No fear whatsoever. He is going for the Roach Rush. Roaches are on the way. Link speed as well. Now, I have seen Bane Bust be quite successful against 2-Max Reaper, but this is a little bit different. Add-ons are on the way. The add-ons are exposed, of course, to the rest of the map. Add-ons are exposed. Roaches are amassing. Lings as well. INexorable dips in, gets eyes on the roach. What he sees, he knows. He does know what's going on. Upgrades or add-ons are now done. We need some bunkers. Rollers are on the way. Does help. Does help, but is it enough? As Erik is getting ready here to end the game. To try to, at least. One way or another. Smash up his Ling Roach. Moving out. Concussion shell on the way, but it's exposed and it's going to go down. It should not finish. Not with these Roaches. Boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing. Erik completely all in. He's got 17 drones behind this. No economy. Oh, the upgrade does finish. Not bad. Concussion shell is done. There are 2 Marauders. But the attack lab, it's going to go down. So what you get. Only 2 Marauders here for INexorable. Doesn't get a third. The Lings are backing up behind this. Going through the production. First Rax under heavy fire. No pun intended. Is on fire there. Yeah, second Rax as well. Behind this, what we have to work with, we have a tech lab on the factory, we have tank production. But even then it's going to be difficult. You can see here more Lings are building up. And now he commits. Lings, they get us around. They collapse here on the first bunker. On the second bunker as well. He's taking a lot of hits here. Bunker goes down. There's 1 bunker left. And the Vials up. The Vials, can they bring it down? Barely they can. SCVs are falling and Erik is on it. He breaks through, has broken the natural base. There's nothing else behind this. GG, well played. And good luck in the next round as Erik, he will claim this series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Erik, he scouted the 2-Max Reaper. Crazy move to just go for the Roach one. Go for the Roach one, commit to a 1 base all in. You can see that Erik, he cut workers at 17. 17 drones, that's less than 1 base saturation, to be honest. So a very low drone count, but he was being so patient, backing up those Lings behind the army. The Roach Ravager, that's what was knocking down the wall, allowing for the Ling Flood to actually come in for a surround. It was still quite close, but in the end, Erik did take it. Erik does take the series, gets his revenge. GG. GG, well played. It does get his revenge here in the lower bracket finals, and we have 1 series left. 1 series remaining here tonight as we move on to the grand finals. If you were here earlier, you would have seen MasTeR took down INexorable. MasTeR, he actually went through the upper bracket, was able to make it to the grand finals. The pressure, though, is now going to be on Erik to recover, to bounce back. We'll see if he can. See if he can. For now, though, I'm going to be going on a short break before the finals, just to take a moment to recuperate, to stretch your roaches, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and splash water on my face. I didn't really get to sleep too much after last night's cast. Last night we were live with the podcast, and it was very intense, and unfortunately didn't quite get a lot of rest, so I have to get to 100%, have to get ready, get going for the finals. Have to give it my all. We'll be there. We'll be there. So we're gonna take a moment here. Gonna go on a small break. We'll be back soon with those finals. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC as we're back. We're back. We have returned with the grand finals of the Amantes de StarCraft number 35. I'm sure a lot of you have been tuning in and have been wondering, what is this event? This event is a monthly tournament here for the Brazilian scene, the Brazilian community. We have a lot of close ties with the Brazilian scene as well. Shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos is the organizer of the event. Cosmos is also the biggest streamer when it comes to the Brazilian StarCraft community as well. He's like the Wardy of Brazil, if that makes sense, or the Loco of Brazil, or what have you. You get me. So yeah, he's been putting in a lot of work into organizing these events. I believe Cosmos is also working towards an offline event as well. He wants to try to, you know, have a celebration this year of StarCraft and try to fly over all the Brazilian players. What I mean by that, Brazil, if you don't know, it's a pretty big country. It's a pretty large country, and it takes quite a bit to travel from one end to the other. So yeah, that is kind of their goal for 2025. I think they have some crowdfunding going on as well. So best of luck to Cosmos, best of luck to the Brazilian scene. And of course, we have close ties with them, not because we used to cast all the Brazilian tournaments back in the day, but also because we have one of their top players as well, Erik. Hey, let's go. The artist himself. Erik, he's our boy, papi. He's one of my many boys. Do love him, do miss him as well, which is why I appreciate being able to cover him here. Erik, he mainly plays and competes in these regional events. He very rarely branches out to compete in online open cups, which is a bit of a shame, but it's because he does do this part-time, focusing on his studies, focusing on other IRL commitments. But he is here, he is raring to go. He was able to claw his way back up into the grand finals from the lower bracket, and now we get to see him face off against MasTeR in a best of five grand finals. Let's go. I'm here, I'm ready, I'm excited. We're jumping into game one on ley lines. Also, I do apologize for the last couple of series. Again, I was very worn out and very fatigued. I did not sleep well at all today, so I don't know if you noticed, but especially in that last series, like I would like say a couple of words and then you'd hear silence, and that was me literally like doing squats. I would like get up from my chair, I would do some squats just so I can like get that blood flowing and stay alert, stay awake. But now I'm good. Ready to go. We're jumping into our grand finals, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Hellfire, the best Protoss in all of Latino America. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the best Zerg player in all of Brazil, representing the CranKy Ducklings. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. The F in his name stands for fear. It is Erik. Let's go. Let us go. Again, it's been far too long since I've regularly casted Erik, and it's great to be back once again, and I'm excited to see if he is once again going to be featuring his double hatch opener here. He has been mixing it in from time to time in his ZVPs. We saw it plenty of times in his series against Shaq T, but does he whip it out against MasTeR? I'm sure he will, but how often in this best of 5? Yet to be determined. For now, it is going to be a hatch pool opener, delayed gas, and I would imagine, following this drone, we are setting up for a second hatchery. Yep, there it is. Double hatch opener. Let's go. Let us go. Again, this is technically a more efficient build. This is greedy play out of Erik. The downside of what he's doing here, no gases, which means late link speed, and also late second queen as well. So early game, early on, he's going to be more vulnerable, but coming into the mid game, he's going to be in a greater position. As we said, Lindsay, big shout out to Vindicta, papiga, Miguelito. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time, and welcome everyone, welcome one and all to the grand finals of Amantes de StarCraft. Welcome to some Brazilian action. I do apologize if you were here looking for some Terran, as there is only a Protoss and a Zerg in the finals. We were featuring INexorable earlier. INexorable, he was in the lower bracket finals, but he did just go down to Erik. Did just go down to him. But Here we go, we're settling in. Is going to be a Stargate opener out of MasTeR, so just gate expanded, Cybercore into Stargate, standard opener so far out of the Protoss. Meanwhile, again, a greedier build here by Erik. For those that are now tuning in, welcome one all to the CranKy Ducklings. And again, Erik is going for a greedier style. Later gases, skips his queens for a second, and now a third hatchery here. So, I should say even a fourth hatchery, I should say. So very greedy here by Erik. We'll see if he can get away with it. So far, so good. Catch it. Exactly. Good to see you. Bienvenidos. As I've said, now moving out. And again, it's going to be on MasTeR to try to punish the greed of Erik. We'll see if he can. Behind this, Erik is forced to invest into extra lings. There's 6 more lings on the way. Bearing in mind, ling speed has still yet to begin. Just now starting up. And we'll see what MasTeR can get done. As it does poke in. Chipping away at the queen. Shading past the army towards that main. But Erik, he's all over this so far. Oh, does keep up with the shade. Forcing back the adepts. And again, Erik doing all this with only one queen. Second queen just now popping out. And Erik is stabilizing. Is settling in. Behind this, first oracle's on the way. Spores have begun for Erik. We have a spore in the natural. We have a spore in the main base. Erik has he spawned in the third base? Not yet. So far, confident that it is going to be a Stargater. Now, back at home, MasTeR's third base should be safe and sound, bearing in mind because the gases were delayed, because link speed is delayed, it means that there's nothing to really threaten the third, so the third is safe and sound. Oracles do move out, and we'll see what MasTeR can get done. Behind this, earlier Twilight Council, my apologies, I did miss this, but it's going to be an earlier Twilight Council here out of MasTeR without a Forge. This screams Glaive Adepts. Technically, if we were casting Hero, for example, I would assume this is going to be Fast Blink Stalkers into a Fast Blink aggression, but outside of that, outside of more specialized players, I would assume this is going to be Glaives. Oh, as the Oracle takes a lot of hits, the Oracle takes a lot of damage. One drone and only one drone as it barely gets away. Whew. Meanwhile, oh, my apologies. Doing his best hero impression, it is Fast Blink. Okay. You have my attention. I do actually really like this against Erik specifically. For those that are curious, what does this entail? First things first, Blink is going to finish up insanely fast, faster than normal. Because of that, if Erik was going for a 2-base all-in or a 2.5 base all-in, going for like a German taxi across the map, or going for like Nidus play or some kind of form of aggression, Blink will finish in time to defend. Blink will finish up in time. Now, here though, if there is no aggression, and there is none, as Erik is just droning and taking more bases, this is turning into a 3-base all-in. That's a massive gateway explosion, and I would imagine MasTeR, he's not going to take his gases at the third base, and he can turn this, oh, as he's taking 1 gas at the third, but he only has 1 gas at the natural, so 4 gas income for MasTeR. This feels like the beginning of an 8-gate 3-base all-in. As so far we're getting up to 6, we'll see if we throw down 2 more gateways, and MasTeR can commit. Like, the downside of this build that MasTER's going for is no Forge. There's no Forges, which means no upgrades, which means as the game progresses that much longer, then he gets outscaled, right? Then Erik takes the advantage as Erik has +1 range on the way. He was going to be up in upgrades, but I believe MasTER is going for an all-in. As we have 6 gates in the main, we have 1 gateway here at the natural, and we should be setting up for a proxy across the map. So for now, we have 7 gateways here for MasTER. And here comes the 8th gateway as a proxy. Remember, there's no Robo, there's no War Prism. We need that proxy gateway to reinforce across the map. It is a 3-base all-in. Let's go. So 3-base all-in out of MasTER. Pure Blink Stalker. Erik back at home. Has he been too greedy? We need some roaches. Lings, they can buy some time. Stasis is going to be going up. Up! Massive connection. Catching out most of the Lings. Lings, they do catch 1 Stalker. Queens are pushing forward. But now the all-in is revealed. And Erik, I think, is just going to be overwhelmed. Bleeding out too many Lings. Queens are exposed. He gets 1, he gets 2. Oh my god, just barely not. Second Queen survives. Lings, they're trading well. But the Oracles, they shut down the Queen. They shut down the Lings. And Erik, he's in trouble. You can see Erik, he skipped Roaches going into Hydra production. We can see the gateways are being thrown down. And Erik, he's being punished here for skipping out on Roaches. Lings, they try to engage. Once again, the blinks are solid. Stasis is going up. And MasTER just keeps going in. Keeps pushing. Erik needs more time. Ling Hydra can trade well, but he needs more Hydras. Roach 1 goes down. Needs more time. Stasis going off, catching out the Lings, the Hydras as well. And he's exposed. Yeah, Erik, he's very exposed. The Hydras, they're vulnerable. Lings getting picked up. Hydras as well. MasTeR so close to breaking Erik. So close. And he needs an aggressive blink. Oh, doesn't go for it. Stasis is going to run out. He's deterred from blinking. He gets one. He gets two Hydras. Force back. Hey, Erik, he's slow. He's barely holding on here. The Hydra count is massing up. Erik, he starts this 40, shuts down some of these Stalkers. Erik, he's holding. Whew. He's barely holding on here. And MasTeR, he has to make a choice. Gas. He's taking a gas geyser. This tells us he takes one, takes two, getting up to 6 gases. This tells us he plans on taking. He plans on taking up into either Storm or Colossus. Plans on taking up even further. Actually, I say that he has to. He's actually trying to afford more Stalkers. Never mind. He has an abundance of minerals. Charge on the way. MasTeR, he's not taking. He's still all in. He's still all in. But the longer this goes on, the better it is for Erik. It's getting better and better over time. Hive is on the way. Hydra speed, +2 range. And you can see MasTeR, he's trying to go for the Robo. This should be for either Immortal production or for Colossus. For a Bay. But MasTeR, he's missed his window. He's missed his timing. Throwing down proxy shield battery. Okay. Throwing down proxy shield batteries. I mean, I guess that helps. It's going to be Robo into Templar Archives, into Storm, into Archons. But it should take too long to get there. As the Lurker Den should be the first to complete. Should be. As MasTer's going for a massive Zealot counterattack. That's a lot of Zealots. Okay. Nice auto stepping. The Zealots are back to the base. Erik, he's in position. He's ready for this. Oh, still going to be an awkward defense though. Erik diving in the right. Likewise defending on the left. Shuts down the shield batteries. MasTeR plummets in supply. Storm has begun. Prism on the way as well. But the Lurker Den is completed, and there they come. Here come the first wave of Lurkers. How many? 3. 3 Lurkers so far. And again, as time goes on, this army is just getting better and better for Erik. And MasTeR, because of his initial 3-way soul-in, 0/0 upgrades. But he has a bunch of High Templar, true. He's going to have a lot of Storms. So MasTeR may not care about upgrades here. Storm might just be enough. Especially if there are no Lurkers. As we know, there are some. That is on the way. The Prism! No! Oh my god, Prism goes down! Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. The Prism falls. We get the first Storm. Forcing Erik back. Likewise, nice SimCity here with those Evo chambers. Erik, he holds. Going to be forced back there by those Storms. Again, there's a lot of Storms available. A lot of Storms. Once again, turning him back. We have the Fleet Beacon on the way for MasTeR. He's taking up into Skytos. At least trying to. He's trying to take up. We go double Stargate on the way, getting into triple Stargate production. MasTeR, he's holding, he's surviving. Lings, they flood in, they collapse here on top of the High Templar. Ooh, force a Storm. Get a decent Storm on the Hydras, 2 High Templar going down. Oh, he lunges in, he gets 1. He gets 2, he gets 3. He gets all 3 High Templar. And Erik, he should be able to just keep pushing from here. Where are the Lunkers? We have Lurkers harassing on the left. No Lurkers on the right, not yet. Lunges in once again, takes down the Immortal. And GG gets called. Erik, he survives. He takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god, GG well played. Erik, he does survive, he does make it, does take the first game, but that was still a very close and very clutch game number 1. Initially, MasTeR with the 3-base ult, and he almost broke through. He almost broke the defenses of Erik. I was very impressed that Erik was able to survive, able to hold on the way that he did, and buy time to build up his Hydra count, and eventually get into lurkers. Eventually. GG. GG well played. Erik, he will take a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Frostline. Whew. Okay, loading into a much larger map of the map pool. I do not expect MasTeR to go for another 3-base all-in again in the near future. Maybe on some of these smaller maps, but on these larger ones, no shot. I'm sure we'll take a different approach. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Hellfire. Down in the series, we'll see if we can tie things up and fight back. It is MasTeR. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. Here we go. Ooh, okay. As we are calming things down and settling in, Erik once again pool first. Pool first opener. It feels like pool first into a hatchery, into a second hatchery once again. It is Erik's go-to. He doesn't do it every game, don't get me wrong. Again, it does feel like on some of these smaller maps it is less viable to do this. I'm referring to Whispers of Gold. I'm referring to, I mean, I would have said Ley Lines as well, to be honest. But mainly Whispers of Gold and El Dorado even as well. Would be quite risky. But on these larger maps, more viable. As the chances of Erik being punished for his greed is a little bit lower. As we have 6 Lings in production. MasTeR is in position to scout. MasTeR, of course, he did scout the earlier spawning pool, so he knows. And it's on MasTeR to figure out how many Lings are on the way. It is not uncommon to go pool first and just make 2 Lings. Or make 4 Lings. Or up to 6. And here comes that hatchery. So the probe gets forced back, hatchery's on the way, now going for the gases. And again, Erik is being quite greedy here, and we'll see if we can get away with it. Here we go. As Lings, they move out. Zealot is going to be forced out. Zealot is being croned as we speak. Second gateway gets thrown down, and the Zealot has arrived just in time to defend. Despite that, Erik, he wants that Zealot. He does want it. Oh my god. And the Zealot, it should barely go down. Very nice control. Erik not losing a single... Oh my god. The shuffling of the units. He didn't lose a single Ling there. They all are very low, don't get me wrong, but very nice control. Erik, calm down. We don't have to be that efficient, but okay. Jesus. Does pull away, does pull out. Behind this, Erik again, he's establishing himself, getting his 3rd. Working towards Ling speed. There it is, Ling speed is on the way. But Erik, he stays in gas. Very important to take note of here. Erik, he stays in gas. He does not pull out. This could be either for a fast lair. This could be for fast roaches. This could be for fast Baneliness as well. There are options here. There are options for Erik. Now, in discussing this build with Erik, he did mention that because this is a greedy way to play, and because it gives you a boosted setup coming into the mid game, it is actually quite viable to go for an earlier lair into earlier Spire play. And he's quite fond of playing into mutas from here. This could be an option, considering the fact that, again, we're staying in gas. So definitely keep my eye open here, or my eye on Erik. As he's building up that gas count, and we're looking for the lair. On Frostline, my assumption is it's going to be a lair into Spire, but we'll see. First Oracle's moving out, making his way across the map. Erik back at home. Safety Roachhorn, second Gas Geyser. No lair yet. Oracle does threaten a dive. Doesn't commit. Rotates over. The queens are keeping up. Again, it's only 2 queens, by the way. Like, the queen count is very low. And once again, that is going to be a Twilight Council as the Nexus is halfway done. Twilight Council with the Forge. This time, a much standard build here at a MasTeR. Remember, last game, he threw down the Twilight Council as he was expanding, which is why we assumed it was either going to be Fast Blink or Fast Glaive Adepts. Here with the Forge, this should either be +1 in Blink or +1 in Charge. Regardless, a much more standard opener here out of MasTeR. And there's the lair. Lair's on the way. More gas is being taken. Now the question becomes, do we throw down a Spire or do we start Roach Speed and go into Roach play? Either or is available here for Erik. Oracles, they move out. They threaten a dive. There it is, +1 on Blink. Getting to a Gateway Explosion. So stepping. One drone so far. Getting four drones, not bad. But for the Oracle though, massive pickoff. Apologies, I said before that I was a little bit tired, so my brains are not remember there. But yeah, the Oracle goes down, massive pickoff. Erik does have the better trade, and this is what we assumed. 4 gases into the Evo Chamber +1 melee, not range, and we called it Spire play, Muta play from Erik. Let's go. Is going into Mutas. And again, this makes the most sense just because of the size of the map. Just because we're loading into Frostline. If we were in Frostline, Neon Violet Square or Abyssal Reef, I would have assumed Spire play regardless. Just because the map does kind of lean towards that because of its size. As Adepts are being shut down. Adepts do fall. Back at home, Temple Archives, Robo in towards Storm, in towards Archons. Not a bad composition here for MasTeR, but he doesn't know what's going on. He has to scout. As the Spire's hidden behind the main. Lanes they threaten the natural. Double Oracle into the main base. Ooh, and with the revelation, he sees the big scout here for MasTeR. He sees, he knows, and he can start Phoenix production. Station trap is denied. Oracle's zoned away. Cannons are being thrown down as we speak. Here we go. Cannons in the mineral line. He knows what's going on. There's the Chrono. Where's the Phoenix? As that is a wasted Chrono boost here on the Stargate. I think he assumes that he already began the Phoenix. And there it is. Oh, he's supply blocked. Phoenix is on the way. So again, very nice scouts. The mutants have arrived though, and was the scout too late? The Phoenix is halfway done. The cannons are somewhat complete. The mutants are making their way towards the natural. There's 2 stalkers to defend. And he breaks through. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 3. 3 stalkers for 1 muta. More stalkers are being targeted. The rest of the army just respond. And oh, Erik has to get the hell out of here. Does push deeper into the main. Gets 3 probes so far, but alas, not worth it yet. As that was 2 mutas. 2 mutas going down. Lings, they flood in towards the 3rd. Mutas, they die back in, but alas, there's an army waiting. Yeah, so far, MasTeR defends. He defends well. He shuts down the Lings. He shuts down the mutas. The muta count is still quite high, and because of the melee upgrades, we're actually committing to mass muta. Bold move here by Erik. Is committing into mass muta. +1 air attack is finishing up. Oh, engaging with the army. He commits. Does try to commit with the stalkers. Bleeding out a lot of mutas. Things they flood into the natural. And this is going to be 6 mutas going down. Archon volley's going up. He gets 1 Archon. There's another. Ooh, brutal connections. Archon does fall. Lings, they flood into the natural. They're getting damage done. Probes are falling. Probes are falling. And Erik, he's barely overwhelming. GG gets called despite the scout. Erik, he snowballs out of control, he breaks through, and Erik takes a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Archons, they morphed in later on towards the end of the game. The Archons were not quite ready. Likewise, Phoenixes were not quite in position either, and Erik, he just committed to the fight. It was a bold move, but he just dove on the Stalkers, tried to focus them down, tried to end the game then and there. Risky play there out of Erik, but did pay off. Did pay off in the end. GG, well played. Erik takes a 2-0 lead in the series, and the pressure is now on MasTeR. He needs to fight back here and now to force a series out of this. We'll see if he can. As we're loading into another large map, we're going to be loading into Amygdala. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the blue Protoss player from Brazil, down in the series, down heavily in the series, 0-2. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. For Team Hellfire, it is MasTeR. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. It is Erik. Hello. As Erik, instead of setting up the hatchery on the low ground, he's going for a proxy hatch across the map. Let us go. Now, Erik, is he going for a hatch block? Is he going to attempt to wall up and disrupt the wall here at the natural? Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? As the drone is set up outside of the natural base for now. Just waiting for minerals. It is going to be pool first as well. Very committed here by Erik. Pool first into the hatch block. Okay. Now, typically, I would say that, it's a hatch block, and typically the Zerg player expands back at home, and it's going to be a macro build. Because of the early spawning pool, this tells us that Erik actually intends to be aggressive with this. He intends to be aggressive. He intends to move out. It's going to be on MasTeR to keep up. We'll see if he can. So far, MasTeR responds well. He fully walls off. Gateway, Cybercore, second pylon. Rechecks the main. As Erik attempts to expand. As he goes for the macro hatchery on the left-hand side. Let's go. So Erik's not going all in. He's not going all in. He intends to expand. Boom. That is a cancel. Yep, there's the expansion. Lings are moving out, but this is only to harass. No major commitment here. Now, I would love to know how this follow-up works. My biggest concern, no queens. The first queen just began. And this initial response here out of MasTeR is going to lead into a counterattack. I'm referring to double Zealot, double Adept. There's going to soon be a big counterattack once this gets dealt with. Yes, the natural is heavily delayed for MasTeR. True, the natural is very late, very delayed. But he has a lot of army here, a lot of units to counterattack. So it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a tough hold here. You know what, Erik going for the proxy hatch in the main does delay the Zealots at least. But the Adepts, they move out. The Adepts do move out. Hatchery should be cancelled. Should be denied. Stargate follow-up. Adepts, they have arrived. Shading to the bases. Erik, he has not been droning. He has nothing here at the natural. No drones. Erik, he's on 19 workers. Erik, he's still expanding, by the way. He's taking more bases. But he has a lot of droning to do. As they shade into the main. Boys are being pulled. Oh, they get one. They get two even. Almost three. Adept is cleaned up. And on the one hand, MasTeR didn't kill many drones. True, he didn't kill many workers, but that's because not many workers are made. Erik, he invested so heavily into these lings. Ling speed just now beginning. These Lings are a bit of a waste. Half of these Lings could have been drones. Half of these, they could have just been drones instead. So Erik is in a rough position economically. MasTeR already building up to 2 bases. Would say here that MasTeR is in a better position. And the pressure is going to be on Erik to recover. We go. As the first Oracle has arrived. Shaving off some Lings. Not bad. Value. Catching out some of those Lings. Spore is not ready. Pushing out more buildings. And we have our tech of choice here. MasTeR, interesting. Stargate opener into a Robo. Not into a Twilight Council. Now this could be a couple different things. If this was a standard game, I would assume Robo into Twilight Council, into Forge, into Archon drop. But the game has been a little bit quirky and MasTeR's not the most standard of players. This could be Robo into Immortal Production to a charge-based all-in. Now I'm leaning more towards a War Prism into drop play, into Archon drop, but we'll see. Yeah, there it is, War Prism's on the way. Once the Twilight Council finishes, we should be seeing a Templar Archives. This has been a very trendy build as of late, over the past couple of months. It has been around for a long time, but recently has been popularized. By Mana, by Showtime, sorry, by Mana, by Max. Assuming that it's going to be the Templar Archives. Lings are coming for this round, not bad. They do collapse on the Adepts. Adepts are going down, forcing back the Oracle. Final Adept does fall, and there's that Templar Archives again. The Templar Archives is late, is what I will say. It is delayed by a couple of seconds, which will delay the Archons. As the Prism moves out, and ideally, by the time this Prism gets to this point, gets across the map, the Templar Archives is done, and you can just morph in the High Templar. You just morph them in. That's not the case here, as this was delayed. The tech was delayed, I should say. Still just waiting for that Templar Archive, so delayed Archon drop. But it's still on the way. You know what, Erik is still heavily droning, and because of all this droning, what is the army? There is no army. The army is 4 queens. He has 63 drones and 4 queens. 12 roaches are now in production. But these Archons, they can wreak havoc, and they will. And, oh, they force a cancel. Oh, he wants again. He wants it. The force the second cancel. The second cancel in the expansion. Whew, containing Erik onto 3 bases. Not bad. Behind this, MasTeR is on a 3-base economy himself. So better position for the Protoss. Forge on the way for +1. Immortal Production has begun. Behind this, we do see Erik trying to work towards Hydras. That's a ways off. It's going to be a ways off here. Erik pushing out early on. Running to the Immortal. Can he snipe it? Oracle is exposed. Sorry, Immortal is exposed. Oracle dives in. 1 Immortal goes down. Massive Pick-off. Can he get 2? He can. Massive Pick-off's getting 2 Immortals. Brutal damage. Archons, they respond. They will clean this up. That's still 5 more probes going down. Rush counterattack was dealt with. Archons were saved. And MasTeR holds. And MasTeR, he's in a better economic position. He's up in probes still. So Erik is rallying in. He's rallying on forward. Running into a wall of Zealots, bleeding out his army. And there's more Zealots on the way as well. Oh my god. And more Zealots on the way. Erik has to get the hell out of here. Does pull back. Whew. And we can take a moment here to take a breath. Now Erik, because of the gold base, he can recover economically. This will make up for otherwise having a low drone count. So Erik, he can sustain himself. On the side of MasTeR, less so. He's warping in more units, getting ready for a push. He's getting ready. Hydra's moving in. Remember, there's no storm. But the Hydras, they likewise need support as well. Speaking of support, Lings, they move out across the map. They hit the natural, but alas, MasTeR, he is in position. He's ready. Oracle races over as well. And MasTeR, he will shut this down. Going for another warp in. At the same time, Hydras, they do try to strike that fourth base, but again, MasTeR is ready for this. No storm yet. MasTeR, can he hold on? It's gonna be close. Hydras, they kite back. They dive on the Archons. They get the High Templar. Very nice snipe. But alas, GG gets called, and Erik, he will actually break through. And with that, Erik, he did break through the natural as well, and will take the 3-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Whew. Will take the game. But, oh, sorry, just catching up with the chat. Will take the game, and will he take the series here? Sorry, I'm a little bit concerned because I do have a game 4. But if I'm not mistaken, I may have misinterpreted this. I thought it was a best of 5. I thought it was a best of 5. So I'm like, what? Why do I have another game? Best of 7. My apologies. Best of 7 grand finals, not a best of 5. So we actually have another game ahead of us here. And we're going to be loading into Frostline. No, sorry, not Frostline. The other one. King's Cove. King's Cove. It's in Portuguese. It's in Portuguese. So Erik all over this here. I would have assumed that MasTeR, especially with Storm finishing up, that he would have been able to hold on, but no, he does not hold on. And with that, that leads us into our next game. And he's up against the wall. He's up against the wall here. Things are looking dire for MasTeR. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back, as he is down heavily in this series. Oh. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Brazilian Protoss, the blue Protoss. It is MasTeR for Team Hellfire. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player for the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. So I do apologize. I assumed it was a best of 5. Assumed it was a best of 5, but no, we're here in a best of 7, not a best of 9. I have confirmation on that one. Not a best of 9. And here we go. Erik setting up for the hatchery on the low ground. And again, it's been quite successful when it comes to his build so far. When it comes to going for that hatchery, going for that second hatchery here on the low ground as well. I expect to see that here, especially on a larger map like King's Cove. This time, there is no proxy. There's no proxy hatch. There's no crazy, like, disrupted start. It's going to be hatch into pool this time from Erik. Into a second hatchery. Just catching up with the chat. Recent casts have had less uses of the word "bappy." I miss hearing "calm down, bappy, calm down." I understand. I understand. I'll try to bring it back a little bit more. I'll try to bring it back. Do apologize. Do apologize. I think I still say "calm down," but I think usually I say like "we're calming things down" or like "calm down," and then I say the player name instead of "bappy." True, true. I'll do my best to bring it back. For now, though, we are going to be setting up. And once again, it is going to be hatch, pool, hatch here from Erik. Just to reiterate, this is a greedy start, which is why I do think that this actually works quite well on these larger maps. We saw it work well on Frostline, here on a King's Cove as well. I can see a lot of success with this. Not going to lie, like whenever Erik comes up with a new opener and a new build, I'm always so tempted to try it myself. I'm like, mate, I want to do this. Probably because my ZVP win rate is in the gutter, so anything would help, really. But yeah, it's really cool to see Erik coming up with something new, something different. Again, as we mentioned before, as he is actually skirting around the edge with a drone. Hello. Yo, are we going for the linear third? What? No one takes the space. Okay, we're good. He threatens the expansion, but okay, Erik, he's going for the triangular third base instead. Okay, we're good, we're good. But for those that are unaware, this is a build that has been permeating throughout the Zerg community, and a lot of the other pro Zerg players have been discussing this opener and discussing this build and trying it themselves. I'm happy to see it from the originator himself. Oh! As we do get some probes going down across the map. 2 probes, not bad. Adept is going to be shut down, and Erik, he holds. He does hold, losing 1 drone. From here can saturate, link speed is on the way. He does stay in gas. Okay, interesting. So the last time that Erik stayed in gas, we assumed that this was going to be for a safety roach. He pulls out. Never mind. If he had stayed in gas, we assumed it was going to be for a safety roach run into a lair into Mutaplay, but he pulls out of gas. So suddenly this looks more economic. Suddenly this looks like more mid-game oriented. Suddenly a faster lair into a faster spire is less viable here. Or less likely. Maybe a better way of putting it. Meanwhile, MasTeR back at home going for his third. Just Stargate opener into a third base. Standard play out of MasTeR so far. Again, last game was just a really chaotic game just because of the proxy hatch and because of the disrupted build. Here we go. The Oracle does zip in between the bases. Oh, getting a drone. 1 drone goes down. 435 lair. He does pull back in. Interesting. Going for extra gases as well. We keep an eye on the tech. Meanwhile, Oracle does hit the third base, getting 3 more drones. Oracle dipping in between the bases. So far, so good. Good damage here from MasTeR. This back in. Remember, the queen count is very limited. And 4 drones are falling. This is why this is considered a greedy build, because the queen count is very low. And so far that's 4 drone kills. 4 drones going down. MasTeR behind this, early Twilight Council. I don't see a Forge. Do we go into Glaives? Do we go into Blink? What's it going to be? Blink. Now, last time we saw this from MasTeR, he went into an 8-gate 3-base all-in, and he was able to wreak havoc, but barely wasn't able to catch Erik. It was on ley lines, if you recall. Oh. Takes a lot of hits, does back off. How many gateways are we on? 2, soon to be 5. So a 5-gate setup back at home. Did I say 5? 6. 6 gateways here from MasTeR. Do we throw down a 7th gateway? I feel like we will. It's a lot of gateways. Up. Double 4. Oh, that I was not okay. Never mind. 6-gate setup into double forge, into double upgrades. This is going to be very gateway centric, very gateway heavy when it comes to the army composition, going into Mass Stalker, into Mass Zealot, I would imagine. The Depths 8 shade in, drone's going to be going down. Gets 1, gets 2. Ooh, drones, they come back a little bit too soon. The oracles, they come in from behind. 5 drone kills, very nice damage. Adepts get thrown away, but they don't scale well into a longer game. And Erik is going for the Spire. Is going into Mutas. If you recall, I assumed I had ruled this out just because he had pulled out earlier, but no, he pulled back in. 430 lair, into Mutaplay. And will this go unscouted? That's the big question here. There are still oracles that are active. There's still chances for MasTeR to scout. Are still chances. Are still opportunities. Oh! Gets a drone. Does zip into the main. Going to be zoned away. Ooh, the revelation. Once again. Quickly checking the vision here. And once again, yes, he does scout the Spire. Big revelation here in the main. Behind this, second Stargate and Feast production. If you remember, last time we were in this kind of scenario here, MasTeR, he had a bit of a lighter response. He threw down cannons, but he only started 1 Phoenix. And he had 1 Phoenix because he got supply blocked as well. This time, he commits and he reacts a lot harder. Does go for a stronger reaction here. Erik getting ready for link run-bys. Muta's going to be amassing. Spire is now done. and +1 air attack, +1 melee as well. This tells us, just like the previous time we saw this, most likely Erik intends to go massling Muta, and he's not going to stop Muta production either. He's not going to stop. As he has 6 mutas so far, and there it is, he's getting another 7. 13 mutas. 13 mutas. Breaks down the front door. Yeah, he does break through. Lings, they flood into the natural. Here come the Stalkers. The Stalkers are coming from behind. They trade with the ground army. Mutas, they back up, but Lings, they flood into the bases. Lings into the main. Lings towards the natural. One man on the right hand side, but so far MasTeR is holding. The cannons, they're putting in a lot of work. The cannons, they will deal with this. They buy a lot of time as well. And MasTeR shuts this down. He loses, what, 1 probe? 1 probe if that goes down. Oh, we have the answer. Yeah, 1 probe, 1 adept, and 3 stalkers for 42 lings. Mutas and roaches. A very nice defense here by MasTeR. Back at home, Erik, he is still droning. He's getting up to 4 base saturation, and he's still going mass Muta. Erik is hyper committed here. Going into mass Muta. Making his way towards the natural. Gets a probe. Phoenixes, they've been amassing. So far, how many? 6 Phoenixes. So far, they're trading well. They get 1, they get 2. Meanwhile, the tech is going to be depowered. Denies charge. And +1. Sorry, +2 armor. So upgrades are delayed. Now being rebuilt. Erik still trying to be active. Lings pull away. Ideally, Erik, he wants to overwhelm those stalkers, but there's just so many Phoenixes. Oh, let's get on top of them. Gets 1. 1 Phoenix goes down. Lings, they flood into the base. 2nd Phoenix falls. That's still, what, 2 Phoenixes for 4 mutas. And not a bad trade for MasTeR. Corruptor production has begun. This tells us that Erik intends on continuing mass Muta. Corruptors, their goal is to tank the Phoenixes. And it's going to be quite committed here from Erik. Oh, Fleet Beacon on the way for MasTeR. Looking to get into Phoenix range, potentially Sky Toss as well. MasTeR looking very secure. Again, his economy has been for the most part untouched. 86 workers here for MasTeR. Oh. Phoenixes, they get called out. Who catches who? Mutas, they do hit the mineral line. Corruptors under fire. Mutas, they getting a lot done. There's 7 probe kills. 7 workers go down. Phoenixes, they're late to respond, late to react. So many of them go down. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 3rd base, and so far we're pulling MasTeR apart. MasTeR, he can't keep up. At the same time, though, he just commits. He just goes for a massive counterattack, going for a base trade. Erik knocks down the 4th. MasTeR pushing into the 3rd. He's got Storm, he's got Archons. And MasTeR, he doesn't want to waste those Storms. He'll spend 1 here on the drones. He's got 3 Storms left. And ideally, you want to save them here for the mutas. As the Ling Roach does nothing. Mutas, they race back home. And if Erik stacks, he's going to lose everything. He will lose everything. Has to be so careful. Things they turn this around. Mutas getting caught. And here comes the engage. Ooh, Storms, they're gonna pop off. 1, 2 Storms, no more Storms left. Lings, they flood in, but here come the reinforcements as well as the rest of the Stalkers, and MasTeR, he will overwhelm. He breaks through the defensive line. The army just too fragile. Did not do any economic damage across the map initially, and GG gets called. MasTeR, he will break through and he will put a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played, MasTeR. He will fight back. Again, this time MasTeR was able to scout the Spire ahead of time with the Revelation and reacted very well to it. Reacted very well with the second Stargate with the Phoenixes. We saw that despite opening our Muta in such a way, we didn't, or Erik didn't get any economic damage until the very end, until he committed into killing the base. But up until then, he barely got any probe kills. He got 7 probes when he committed into the natural, but that was also far later. By then, there was already 86 workers. There was also full saturation. MasTeR taking full advantage of that economy. GG, well played. Whew. MasTeR having a much better response to those mutas, and this is going to lead us here into our next game, into game number 5, and we'll see if MasTeR can keep this going or if Erik will close it out. As we're loading into one of the larger maps on the map, we're going to be loading into Abyssal Reef. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing Team Hellfire, it is MasTeR. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player. We have the Brazilian Zerg going for a 14 pool. It is Erik. Okay, yeah, my attention. Is going for a 14 pool and a proxy hatchery. Very aggressive build here by Erik. Is moving out. And as we were settling into this, I was about to say that, oh, like, now we're into Abyssal Reef, we're into a larger map. I would not be opposed to seeing, once again, the same build that we just saw, but this time not going into Muta. But no, Erik, he has other things in store for us. As the drone does skirt around the edge and is going for a proxy hatch, a hatch block into the natural. But with the earlier spawning pool this time, Erik, he has the potential to link flood. Can link flood with this. So the pool is now done. There it is, 6 links so far on the way. Now we saw something very similar last game where we also had 6 links and then Erik just droned. We'll see if Erik makes more than just 6 links. Drone is here. There it is! 2 more. He's link flooding. He is link flooding. We have 8 links on the way. Very committed. Proxy hatch into the main. MasTeR, he does see the hatchery. He's aware. But can he stop it? As we have the initial 6 moving out. Getting up to 10 links. 10 links are pushing. Still no droning for Erik. At this point, it might just be too late to drone. Oh, no, never mind. He does drone. So 10 links, then he makes a worker. He's still moving out across the map. This is still very committed here by Erik. Very committed. I don't know if I'm too fond of the idea of droning from here, but Erik, yeah, he's droning up. Natural's under fire. Proxy hatch may finish. And the gateways are taking a lot of hits so far. Taking a lot of damage. The adept is on the way, but the base is almost, sorry, the gateway is almost gone down. And Erik, he can commit. He will get it. The gateway will fall. Shield battery completes. Erik has to back up. Behind this, the hatchery will finish. MasTeR did not pull the boys. The hatchery getting low. Queen is on the way. He has extra lava to work with, and Erik is just droning. He's just droning up. Droning up behind this, he is not making any more lings. It was an aggressive start into an economic follow-up. Okay. We go. And the hatchery is going to fall. The queen may pop out in time, and the goal here would be to spread creep. Can he spread creep? Boys are being pulled. Just help support. Lings are trying to trade it. They're taking a lot of hits, and the queen is going to go down. No creep tumor. Does inject, or does inject though. Probes, they defend themselves. This is a pretty big investment here by Erik. Hasn't really been worth it. Lings, they get 1 probe. 1 probe goes down. And the hatchery is going to fall. And I'm not too sure this will kind of worth it here for Erik. Got into the mineral line, losing the broodlings, losing the lings, and back at home we're joining up. Whew, okay, let's go. It was a very, very chaotic early game here. The hatchery goes down, lings are going to be cleaned up here. Erik, he's just droning on up from here, getting into a longer game state. Erik does now pull into gas. It is late gases once again from Erik, so late ling speed, and this should lead into lair as well. We'll see if Erik skips ling speed. Also an option. As he's setting up in the low ground. Staying on a low queen count. Again, very few queens. Only, when I say low queen count, one. Literally one queen. That's crazy. Oh, nice auto stepping. Cashes out one adept and the other as well. Mass around. Nice pickup here from Erik. Doesn't lose any drones. Defends beautifully. And behind this, we have the Nexus into Twilight Council, into most likely Forge. Ooh, never mind. Interesting. Delayed Forge here from MasTeR. And I'll be honest, we haven't really seen MasTeR go third Nexus into Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We've seen Blink. We've seen like Blink and 3 base Blink all-ins. That has happened. Glaives is an option here for MasTeR, but we just haven't really seen that from him yet so far in this series. We'll see. We'll see if he commits. Oracle dives into natural. Spore is ready. One drone goes down, and show us that upgrade of choice. There's the chrono. There's the never mind. Waiting for that first, the upgrade as a chrono is gonna run out. So there we go. MasTeR had the money for it, is the unfortunate thing. He had the money for it, and it is going to be Glaive Adepts. Okay, so for the first time this series, going to be third Nexus into Glaives. Let's go. Now, if Erik skips his Roach Warren, then Erik is going to be in some trouble here. There is a lot of potential for MasTeR. This is very committed. This is not an all-in. Bear that in mind. Not an all-in, but aggressive nonetheless. Aggressive and committed. Doesn't need to get damage done. Oracle pokes in. Be zoned away. Ooh, the Oracle is gonna go down. A brutal pickoff. Down to 1 Oracle left. 1 Oracle remaining here for MasTeR. Hunts down the Overlord. As MasTeR, he's just amassing more adepts. There are some safety roaches on the way, thankfully, as Erik is taking up into the Hydrogen as well, getting into 3 base saturation. And here come the Adepts. Yeah, massive push here from MasTeR. Now remember, MasTeR, he is delaying Blink and delaying his Forge and delaying his upgrades. He's delaying everything in favor of these Glaive Adepts. They have to trade well. They don't have to kill his opponent. They don't have to kill Erik, but they have to get damage done, specifically economic damage. They shade past the roaches towards the natural. There are some roaches to keep up. Oh, not bad. Not bad positioning here from Erik. Does body block. Lings, they flood in to buy more time. Adepts take it into the middle. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. Only 3. Only 3 drones going down so far. Adepts, they shade into main base. More drones are going to be falling. 6 drone kills. Much better. 6 drones going down. It's okay. Ideally, we did want more damage, but not bad. Behind this, MasTeR getting to Blink. The upgrades are still delayed, though. Ideally, yeah, MasTeR, he wanted more damage. And Erik, he's pushing for a counterattack. Is moving out. MasTeR back at home. No immortal production, which is surprising to me. Oh, hello. It's a shark. But yeah, no immortals. Despite knowing how many roaches there are, I mean, he gets a revelation. He knows. Prism is on the way first. Blink as well. Mass Stalker. Stasis traps. Shield batteries. Cannons as well. Erik, he's not all in. He's droning. He pokes in, confirms there is no fourth, backs off, and just drones. Erik is just droning up, taking into Hive Tech. Infestation is finishing up. That's going to be for Hive. That's going to be for Lurkers. Going to be for Vipers as well. Erik building up towards Hydra Lurker Viper. But Erik, he is typically adverse to droning too much, so he's at just under 4 base saturation. He's at 78. Still getting there. So Hydras are amassing. There it is. There's the Hive. There's the Lurker Den. Oh no! Oh, leaves it either. The Prism goes down. Massive pick off. Bit of miscontrol there by MasTeR. Doesn't pull away in time. Does not pull back. And Erik, he's going to be the first to max. He's going to be the first to max out. Without Lurkers. Meanwhile, MasTeR, he is getting into Storm. He's also very defendable here on 4 bases. We have a shield battery, stasis traps here set up at the natural. Likewise, we should be doing the same thing here at the 4th. Erik, he wants to get rid of these roaches. Diving in, Storm is just about to finish. Oh, he gets one, he gets 2. He gets both High Templar, no Storm. Nice trades from Erik. Now going for the expansion as well. Shield battery focusing on the army. The base falls. Massive pickoff. And MasTeR is being torn apart. Just trying to keep up. But alas, barely wasn't ready in time. Barely. Needed a couple more seconds for Storm. And here come the Lurker upgrades. From Lurker upgrades and soon to be Lurkers themselves. We all MasTeR going for the Fleet Beacon, working towards Sky Toss. We're kind of entering the first mid to late game here in the series. There's been a lot of games, but the games have been ending quite quickly here. But can we get to that Sky Toss? Can we get to the late game composition? As Erik, he is the first to max and the first to push with Hydra Lurker. Oh boy. Erik is moving out. Nice snipe. Gets one. Gets one Lurker so far. Rush run by the right hand side. Lurker's popping up. Oh my god, massive. Oh my god, the shots, the Lurker shots. Massive wave of High Templar go down. All the High Templar go down. Oh my god, that was how many? That was 4. That was 4 High Templar falling. Yeah, just a rough engagement there from MasTeR. And without Storm, the army can push in. Lurkers are getting within range. At the same time, Roach is pushing in on the right-hand side. And Erik, he might have just done it here. He's breaking through the defensive line here of MasTeR. GG gets called, and Erik, he will take the series 4-1, becoming this month's Amantes de StarCraft 2 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Erik. He will claim the series here, will claim the win, flexing and showcasing his new build, his new opener. If you notice, multiple times in this series, what did we see? We saw either hatch pull or pull hatch into a second hatchery on the low ground off of only 1 queen, so a very low queen count for Erik, able to afford more bases, more hatcheries, and this does actually snowball into a greater setup and a greater production in the mid game. It is technically more efficient. It is better than a standard opener when working towards a longer game state. The downside, of course, is that you do lack queens early on, which means you have that much less to defend. With less queens, you're more vulnerable to early game aggression, but we didn't really see much early game aggression from MasTeR or Shakti in this series. Instead, Erik, he was the one kind of being in the face of their opponents with those links, with those early links. That's how Erik has been kind of approaching it. And I did message Erik earlier, and he did tell me that that he has been refining this. He has been refining this, and currently his build is a little bit more efficient than previously, as these matches, or Amantes is a replay cast from some time ago, from a week ago. So Erik, he's been cooking. He's been cooking. He's been cooking. Let's go. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of Erik in the coming days and in the coming weeks. And we should be featuring some more Erik tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow is a Code for Giants Cup. We're going to be covering another Brazilian tournament featuring the best players in Brazil. Once again. Once again. GG. Again, just really cool to see that Erik has been experimenting and has found a new play style here for ZVP. And again, a lot of other Zurich players have been following suit. So really cool to see. Interesting opens. Yeah. Oh, always fun. But it's Erik. It's always interesting. Always a lot of fun. Always. So with that, congratulations here to Erik, and my condolences to MasTeR. I mean, MasTeR did an amazing job at making it here to the grand finals, of course. Likewise, Erik did struggle earlier in the tournament when he was up against INexorable. As INexorable, he's a beast in his own right. But GG, well played. With that, that is going to take us here into the end of the broadcast. Here we go. Just take us into the end of the broadcast as we are wrapping up for the time being. I am very tired. I'm going to go and get some sleep. I'm going to go and get some rest. I'm very worn out. I did not sleep well at all this morning after the podcast, so I got some recovering to do. But we're going to be back later on tonight at 6 p.m. KST. That's going to be 8 p.m. AEST with the Kung Fu Cup Warcraft 3 Evolution Edition. So for those that are curious, this is a unique mod tournament where it is Warcraft 3 versus SE2. It is similar to StarCraft Evolution. It's Warcraft 3 Evolution instead. So similar concept. And I have no idea what to expect. I've never casted this mod before, so yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what gets brought to the table and how these races interact with each other, how these game modes interact with each other as well. Very excited to find out. And Yaku was going to cast with me tonight, but if you recall, during the podcast last night, Yaku was very unwell. He was very under the weather, and if he hasn't recovered by tonight, then he will most likely be spending the day in bed. We'll be taking the day off, and he'll be joining me next week for the next Kung Fu Cup Warcraft 3 edition. So next time. Otherwise, if you want some more Erik, if you want some more Brazilian StarCraft, we're going to be live tomorrow morning with the Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup is going to be in less than 24 hours. That is going to be some more Brazilian StarCraft. We also have MSO, Mass 1 Open, tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, and we have a StarCraft Evolution tomorrow night at 11 p.m. KST, which is really 1 a.m. the next day for us. We also have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday, so plenty of content, plenty of tournaments throughout the week, 2 casts a day every single day. And likewise, if you want to help support us, you can do so via Patreon. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments and to support the StarCraft scene and the StarCraft community. So you can help support us on Patreon. Otherwise, you can of course just follow us and subscribe on YouTube. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We're on TikTok as well. We're all over the place. All things CranKy Ducklings. I got you. As we actually stream on multiple platforms. We stream on YouTube, we stream on Twitch, Kick, Facebook, and TikTok. So we're on all things CranKy Ducklings, doing our best to bring you content as much as we can. All the content, baby, all the StarCraft. So yeah, you can follow us if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. I am worn the hell out. Have some lovely sleep. See you all soon. Yes. Again, the next cast is in how many hours? Not even that long, actually. 4 hours. It's in 4 hours time. I'm going to try to get at least 3 hours sleep, and hopefully that's enough. And then we'll be back for some Warcraft 3. So, yeah, there you go. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for support. Of course, baby Lings in the chat. Gotta be there for Erik, gotta be there. And yeah, I'll be honest, I'm very tempted to try out Erik's opener. Very tempted. I look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's quickly check out Twitch. Let's see who's live. I know Practice X is live. Sal is asleep. I haven't raided Practice X in a long time, actually. Who else? Who else is live at the moment? Hapsaya's live. Trisha's live. We'll find someone. send everyone over to. So yeah, stick around, give them some love, give them some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in 4 hours time or tomorrow, whichever event you happen to tune into, for some more StarCraft action. See you then. See you soon. Ciao. Happy ciao. See you soon.